We are live.
Madam Chair, we are live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board. Today is December the 10th, 2024. In case you were wondering, and you are here at this wonderful meeting, and we are going to have a roll call, please.
Madam Chair Rios,
Here.
Member Benvenu,
Here.
Member Bescheid,
Here.
Member Mather,
Here.
Member Degnan,
Here.
Vice Chair Guida,
Excused?
and Member Aguilar Medrano.
Excused as well.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any changes to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair. Under new business, item E, 2024-009323 HDRB, 312 Pina Road, has been postponed to January 14th. That's it.
Any other changes?
No, Madam Chair.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda as just changed?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Bescheid seconds.
A roll call vote, please.
Member Degnan,
Here.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Bescheid. Yes. The motion has passed.
Thank you. We have three sets of minutes for approval. The first one is from May the 14th, 2024. Changes to these minutes. Anybody? Is there a motion to approve?
Bescheid so moves.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Bescheid. Yes. Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan.
Yes.
Madam Chair, those have passed.
Thank you. And we also have minutes for October the 22nd, 2024. Changes to the? Roll call vote, please. Oh,
Each side moves.
motion, please. Sorry.
Bescheid moves to approve the minutes.
Mather seconds.
Roll call vote.
Member Bescheid. Yes. Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan.
Yes.
The minutes have passed.
Thank you. And lastly, April the 29th, 2024. Changes? None. Motion?
Beachside moves to approve the minutes.
Mather seconds.
Call vote, please.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Bescheid. Yes. The final minutes have passed.
On this agenda, we have no findings of fact and conclusions of law. But I am asking for the next thing, anyone in this room wanting to bring anything to our attention? I see that Stephanie Beninato is moving forward.
I just wonder, Stephanie Beninato, I just wonder why it takes so long to get these minutes and also findings of facts and conclusions of law. I mean, some of these are 7 months old, and under the appeals ordinance, you have 35 days to appeal or till the findings are adopted, whichever comes first. So if you don't do the findings of fact, you're just appealing from nothing. And at least in your case, you have a YouTube video, you have YouTube, but again, it's supposed to be written. So I'm just asking the board to look into that and perhaps to think about urging the council to change that part of the appeal ordinance, where if after 35 days, the findings are not adopted, then whichever board it is or council, they have X amount of time to do that. So it gets expedited, and they could even do it remotely, so that, it'd be like a special meeting. It would be noticed, but it would just simply being to adopt the findings. So if somebody does want to appeal, they'd have something in writing to do that from, and that's what they need, really, to go to district court. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Attorney Rubalid or Heather, did either one of you wish to respond in reference to this matter?
Chair Rios, I'll defer to the member, I'm sorry, to Attorney Rubalid regarding the findings of fact and conclusions of law. So there has low staffing and transition in the city attorney's office, and I think he's assigned lots of different projects. And with reference to the minutes, we were sort of taken by surprise, after Melissa Byers left, that there was nobody else that was going to be hired. So we hired a consultant to help us catch up on all of the minutes. And we are now having our staff endeavoring from this hearing forward to be doing the minutes so that there will be more timely. But it's just an adjustment period while we identified resources for the minutes and the taking of minutes.
Thank you. And staff communications, talking about the general plan update.
Yes, Chair Rios. So I'd like to introduce two people that will be doing presentations back to back. One is Daniel Alvarado. He's a senior planner and is the manager of the Land Development Code update. So you've been working, you chair, as well as others in the community, have been working on the update to the code language. And so Daniel is managing the project as a whole, including the rest of the code outside of the historic district's ordinance. So he is going to provide you with an update on the status of the code and what the anticipated review timeline is. And then Janice Bolitnikoff, who is also a senior planner, she's a strategic planner, I'm sorry. She has a special role in the division to provide for more forward-looking planning. The first part of that is, of course, the general plan. And then, she will follow up with other strategic initiatives as we go forward and as they are identified. So Janice is going to be number 2, but here is Daniel Alvarado.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Again, my name is Daniel Alvarado, senior planner. I think we gave you an update at one point last year, but we want to give you another update as we approach the adoption phase of phase 1. So just briefly, you will recall our land development code update is a 3-phase project going on over the next couple years. We've been working on phase 1 of the 3-phase project for about the last year and a half. Member Bished and several others have been part of our working groups, and we've had a subcommittee as well focused on the historic overlay. So we've put a lot of work into this over the last year or so in the drafting of the phase 1 update. As you will recall, phase 1 update is focused mostly on what we're calling code hygiene, so structural improvements, fixing inconsistencies, fixing different typos and things like that. However, there are some substantive changes in the phase 1 draft. Those have been pointed out in our engagement over the last few months. They mostly have to do with resolving some arbitrary rules around zoning, as well as introducing some new policies that are piloting some ideas that we'd like to see expanded upon or modified in phases 2 and 3. So that's the general overview. Okay, here's our I'm going to talk a little bit more detail about the most important substantive change that I think that everybody should be aware of. That's the addition of an incentives program to the affordable housing affordable housing requirement. But before we go there, I just want to go over the overall timeline for the adoption of phase 1. So we had initially hoped to get the phase 1 draft adopted by the end of the year. It's doing the thing. By the end of the year, then by the end of 2024, we decided to pull back on that self-imposed deadline to allow staff more time to do some internal review, make sure everybody was on the same page before we introduce it to governing body. So now our new timeline is looking like It's going to be introduced in January with the goal of it getting adopted by early February, March. So through that process, it has to go through about 9 different meetings. I'm just going to unplug this for now. It's really annoying. And yeah, it's going to go through 9 meetings. First of which is it has to be introduced at governing body. Then it has to go through to public comment at governing body. So I would encourage everybody in the public and anybody else who'd like to give public comment, that's the best opportunity. Then it goes to all of the governing body committees. It has to go through that process, and there are sometimes public comment available there as well. Then it has to also go through our land use advisory boards, they're called in this context, and that includes yourself. So it would go to Planning Commission, HDRB, and archaeological boards for an official recommendation, and that's a code requirement for any changes to your part of Chapter 14. So that is something that you'll need to keep aware of. We're probably looking at the February meeting for that, if everything goes to plan. If not, maybe March. So that's what you need to keep in your mind. We'll obviously be providing you the draft once it's finished being reviewed and it's in ordinance form. And at that point, nobody is going to be able to add amendments except for governing body. But of course, you would be able to add a recommendation for an amendment as part of your official recommendation to the governing body. So we hope to have that all sewn up in the next couple of weeks so that we can introduce it in January. So I guess that's a good time to stop and just ask you if anybody has any overall questions or questions about the adoption process.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Board members, any of you have comments or questions at this time?
Okay.
It appears not.
Oh, thank you, Chair Rees. I was going to go into a little more detail about the incentives program, if you don't mind. I just wanted to stop there while I had a chance. See if this cooperates. Okay. Okay. All right. So we wanted to go over the incentives package because I think this is going to be the biggest item of discussion, even though it's not directly related to the historic overlay. It could impact cases that you see. Just keep in mind that any regulations or reductions in dimensional standards, that sort of thing, are generally going to be trumped by the historic regulations. So as I'll go over in just a sec, there are going to be some additional flexibility that's proposed for affordable housing developments. And just want to keep in mind that in general, historic regulations will always trump any of these proposed adjustments. So as you probably know, we currently have what we call inclusionary zoning law that requires a certain amount of affordable housing units in each residential development, 20% for developments that are for sale projects, and then 15% for projects that are for rent. And that is required no matter where you are in the city, and that requirement is not changing or going away. As well, you know that there is a fee in lieu that you can pay to, instead of providing these affordable units, you pay a certain fee that's calculated by the size of the development, et cetera, and that allows you to not produce the units. So what this program is aiming to do is incentivize the production of actual units rather than paying the fee in lieu. So currently, I'll just stay here. So currently, if you produce 15% affordable, you get a density bonus. If you produce 100% affordable project, you get only a 15% density bonus. So the bonuses don't scale with the amount of affordability. So what this program proposes to do is scale the incentive to match the affordable housing units provided. So say in this scenario, you provide a 30% affordability, you would get an additional, let's see, that's 9 units of market rate units to pay for the additional, I think it's 9 affordable units. So the way that works is those 9 affordable units obviously cost money to subsidize. So if either the city can pay for that, we don't have the money. So one way to do it is to pay for it through market rate units so that they subsidize themselves through the development. Some additional, this is another scenario. As you go up in affordability, say you provide 50% affordability, you have then a 2 times density bonus. So you would then have twice as many market rate units as you would be able to provide typically. And then a quarter of the base units, or I'm sorry, half of the base units have to be affordable. I'm sorry, the math is a little complicated, but the idea is that it scales with the amount of affordable units that you propose. Additionally, there are several other incentives that go along with this. There are reductions in parking requirements, reductions in certain, what do you call it, dimensional standards, and there are also reductions in fees, so that this it's kind of a passive way of subsidizing a project by waiving fees like water utility fees and that sort of thing. So that's the proposal. There's also a specific proposal for projects in R1 districts, so that if you have if you provide 1 unit of affordable housing, you get 2 units of market rate density as a bonus. So that the idea there is to hopefully create more of the traditional Santa Fe compound style development on a 1 acre lot. So that's how that would play out. Sorry, I don't have any more slides on that particular description, but I hope that makes sense to you. Do you have any questions about that proposal?
Member Denton.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarado, can I assume and hope that fee in lieu has gone away?
No, so the fee in lieu has not gone away, but if you do this project, you have to, you cannot pay the fee in lieu. So if you use the incentives mechanism, we call them an enhanced incentives project, and you would not be able to pay the fee in lieu and get this amount of density. You have to you have to build the units. The fee in lieu is calculated. First of all, it's not in Chapter 14, so it's not part of the scope of this project. It's in different chapters in the affordable housing chapter, and that's set by the city council. So that's more of a higher level policy question that we didn't feel like it was appropriate for us to approach in this project.
Okay, thank you.
The questions, board members?
Thank you. Sorry, did you ask me something? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Janice Boletnikoff with the Planning and Land Use Department. I'm the project manager for the general plan amendment, and give you a quick update of where we are now in the process. I'm sure that you already know that we're underway with the general plan amendment, and this update will be a revision to the 1999 general plan, which set a 20-year vision for the city. This update will be about a 25-year vision, setting the framework for how the city will evolve into the year 2050. So much has changed since 1999, and we're updating to incorporate today's constituency and issues. As a reminder, the general plan does not in itself carry the weight of law. However, it is the foundation for the Land Development Code, which is the law. Without an established direction and goals, these regulations would be less effective in shaping Santa Fe in a way that truly reflects the community. This will be about a 2.5 to 3 year project in total. The update has 2 components, the plan and the digital platform. The plan update will include revised text, maps, and graphics, and the digital platform will serve our public engagement efforts excuse me, during the planning process, but it will also be maintained as an ongoing GIS-based informational resource for the community well into the future. Basically, the digital platform will become our information hub for property data, land development entitlements, and all things planning. We kicked off the project in August of 2024, and our consultant team came to Santa Fe in mid-October. They toured the city, met with the mayor and communications staff, our GIS team and land use, as well as our consultant for the land development code update, Clary & Associates, since we're coordinating the two update projects in order to maximize efficiency. Since then, we've been very busy gathering information and reports from various city departments as well as our regional partners. Currently, we are in step 1 of 5. This is called mobilization and understanding. This is largely an information gathering and synthesizing step, which also includes some public engagement. In this step, we are currently at the very end of final approval for the project management plan, public engagement and communications plan. This includes project identity and branding, the study area boundary, the community partner policy, which is it's part of our equity-based planning approach, and this would make grants available for 501c3s and 501c3 affiliated organizations who will partner with us to assist in public engagement and help involve underrepresented communities. And finally, we also are completing the Technical Advisory Committee, or TAC, charter. The Technical Advisory Committee will be our group of local industry professionals who advise us on various plan elements throughout the process. We're actively recruiting volunteers at this time. The first deliverable for the project will be the draft assessment report, and this will establish the baseline data for all components of the general plan. This will also let us know what has been achieved or missed from the 1999 general plan's goals. We expect to receive this draft for our review very soon. A press release for the project is coming next month, which will include the project website and ways for the public to get involved. We'll be launching the project to the public at governing body in January, and public engagement events may begin as early as the end of January. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Board members, any questions or comments? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you for your presentations. Of course, we're waiting with bated breath to see what comes out of this process. I've always been frankly confused about this separation of these two phases. This idea that there was going to be a hygiene update and then secondarily a substantive update. And from listening tonight, I'm just not sure where we're at in that process. Are we still doing this as a two-step process where the governing body is actually going to approve a lot of changes to the code, but that they're not substantive, they're just rearranging things, and then they're going to do that a second time with substantive changes?
See, Daniel is not here right now. He's the project manager for the LDC update, but you are correct. It will be done in phase 1, fully adopted as a first bite at the apple. So at least at that stage, we've accomplished a great deal in code hygiene and also the affordable housing initiative. But then phase 2 will be where the heavy lift is. We anticipate some controversy because this is where we'll be making important improvements to our planning processes.
Yes, Member Bienvenu, the code was adopted holistically in 1987 when I was a junior in high school. And it has been amended so many times over the years that a lot of it just did not make sense. There was a lot of internal conflict between regulations and the like. So we felt it was important to do an assessment of the existing code and get things to be more understandable, legible, try and get rid of those conflicts that are there that we've identified. Staff spent a lot of time marking up a PDF to illustrate to the consultant all the different conflicts, because we run across these things all the time when we're bringing cases to this board or to the planning commission or what have you. So that was the reason we decided to start with that code hygiene, is just to make sure we know we have a clean, sort of straightforward path, and then get to the key issues. And those key issues do fold in nicely with the general plan. So a lot of the comments we heard at the land development code update meetings really did relate to the general plan. So how is our city going to look like? How much density are we going to allow? How much height are we going to allow? All of those types of things, you know, we felt it would be advantageous to actually forward things and have, just the way the timings worked out, have the general plan and land development code engagement meetings occurring at the same time. So that way we won't have participation fatigue on the part of the community, because there's this meeting, there's that meeting. We're also going to do a lot of things digitally as well, just to, you know, so like sitting in front of the TV at 10 o'clock at night, somebody can participate too. So, but yeah, that's the reason that we split these things up, because the key issues do take a lot more dialogue and consensus building.
Yeah, well, I certainly understand that, and no one would agree more with the fact that our code, at least with respect, well, the whole thing, but especially with respect to the historic overlay district, is extremely confusing and needs to be reworked. And it's just still not clear to me how that can be done without dealing with substantive issues. I think that they almost go hand in hand. And when I looked at it, I'm not mistaken at what's been proposed so far, it seemed like there was not a lot about modifying that particular aspect of the land use code. And maybe you can point out what changes are being proposed to the historic overlay 14-5.2. And it seemed like there were a lot of comments still, like, we need to look into this, or people don't like this provision, or this needs more work. Throughout that entire section, and I'm still not clear how that gets addressed in a new code update in phase one, when there's so many unanswered questions still.
So we did have the consultant produce an adoption draft, so we will send that over to you so you can have that. That's currently under the final internal review before it goes to public hearing.
Okay.
And we'll send that along.
Could you summarize what changes are being made to 14-5.2? What are proposed, of course?
The proposed changes, Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, are related to clarifications and text changes, and it's just a lot of little stuff. I wish I could note it all point by point.
Okay.
But it really truly is not much to 5.2 at this point, because quite honestly, historic preservation is a passionate issue to a lot of people in this community. Before we muck around with it very much, we want to make sure to engage with the community.
Okay, that's kind of the impression I had, that you were deferring almost all of the major issues to a later date. But will there still be an opportunity to do some rearranging? Because I think some serious rearranging might still need to be done once the substantive issues are addressed.
Yes, Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, that is correct.
Okay, good.
We will.
The only other comment I would make is that on these, I think you called them a technical committee, or these community groups, I would be concerned that there be some public process for how those people get designated to serve on these committees. It seems it's been very ad hoc up to date, and I do think there needs to be some set of qualifications and then announcements and then vetting, so that we're sure that's an actual representative cross-section of the committee.
Thank you. We'll take that into consideration in finalizing the charter. We recognize that it is difficult to get a multi-year commitment out of folks in the community, and we are keenly aware that we need to ensure equity as far as distribution among different types of allied professionals, different communities that they represent, different industries that they represent. We are trying to weigh all factors and have not yet finalized what the final vetting process will be for that. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Bienvenu, for bringing that up and having a bit more clarification in reference to phase one and phase two, and also participation in the process. Anyway, thanks. And anything further that anyone else on the board wants to comment about? Appears not, and thank you both for your presentation. We will move on to, there is nothing under old business, under new business. Oh, yes, Heather.
Sorry, Chair Rios, Amanda has something to communicate. as well.
Yes, Amanda.
Hi, one last thing under staff communications, Madam Chair, is this hearing will be the last hearing that we will be using PrimeGov. So starting next hearing, we'll be completely onto CivicGov and no longer using PrimeGov. So if you have any questions in using that program, just go ahead and send me an email.
Thank you. Anything else, staff? Nothing else? Thank you. So we will move on to new business, and we have 5 cases. The first case is located at 449 Camino Monte Vista. Is the applicant here? The applicant is here. And staff, may we hear your report? And that is Paul.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for being here this evening. IT, can you please play the PowerPoint, please? My apologies, IT.
See the screen black?
It's the right screen staff wants to show you. Members of the board, thank you for your patience. I would just like to address what Amanda Romero had discussed with the new CivicGov to PrimeGov. We had some issues concerning this case at 449 Camino Monte Vista, that the packet wasn't coming in eligible for them to read. So just for concerned citizens reviewing the applications, we're working on this. Right now, we just transferred over from PrimeGov to CivicGov. So we're going to work through this. There was a concerned citizen concerned about this case where sewer mains and public utilities. I just want to address that concerned citizens comments. The services to provide services for this property will not impact any residents living on Camino Monte Vista. They're going to be addressed on Camino Atalaya. So the sewer and water will be addressed in a different location so that public citizens' comments, there should be no worry for anybody living on Camino Monte Vista. I just want to address that. So in case number 2024-009377 HDRB 449 Camino Monte Vista is a vacant lot in the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The lot previously held a single-family residence that was constructed between 1949 and 1953 in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style. The structure was listed as non-contributing to the downtown and Eastside Historic District. On April 28, 2015, under case H-11-081, the HDRB approved demolition of the non-contributing structure and approved construction of a 1,568 square foot residential structure to the maximum allowable height of 18 feet with a pitched roof exception request. While the previous non-contributing structure was demolished, the residential structure as approved was not constructed. The applicant now proposes to construct a 4,695 square foot single-family residence to a maximum height of 17 feet 10 inches, where the maximum allowable height is 18 feet. Construct a 1,111 square foot casita to the height of 14 feet. Construct a 435 square foot accessory structure, guest bedroom, to a height of 13 feet 3 inches. Construct a 342 square foot accessory structure, exercise studio, to a height of 17 feet 9 inches. Construct an 877 square foot garage to a height of 13 feet 10 inches. Construct a 107 square foot pergola to the height of 10 feet, as well as construct 5 foot to 6 foot high yard walls and retaining walls, install exterior lighting, and install HVAC ground mounted with a yard wall screening at a height of 4 feet. So currently 449 Camino Monte Vista is an open lot. It's at the end where Camino Monte Vista and Camino Atalaya meet. It's on a dead end kind of roundabout location. The entrance is covered by coyote fencing and just kind of overgrown with brush. As you enter into the site, you can see it's kind of wildly overgrown with shrubs and old dead trees. Here's a site looking east, kind of overviewing. When we walked the site today, we saw the story poles, the location of the structures. Thank the applicant for doing that. Thank you very much. I know with all the weather, wind, and everything that has been going on, the story poles are still there, and thank you greatly for that. So in this, the site looking south, kind of from the other end to the entrance, you can see some of the old debris, dead trees and scrubland brush. Here, this is where they're proposing to build construct those structures in this open lot. So here, as we get into the details of the site plan, this is the proposed site plan of this location. As we walk the property, it does slope down into what it looks like a gully or ravine. And so the area of development extends on this western portion of the property. So here's the proposed north elevation. Here we can see the applicant is proposing to build a territorial style structure, which is consistent with the streetscape and the location in which this property is proposed to be built. Here we have the east elevation, the south elevation, and the west elevation. Along with that, we have the accessory dwelling unit, the northeast, south, and west facades. And the story poles showed a good reference to the locations in relevance to the main structure and their heights. Here we have the garage addition. Here we have the exercise room or the spare bedroom, apologize. We have the exercise room. Here we have the gate, the entrance gate. Here's the rendering from the applicant. And the finishes of, proposed finishes of Stowe, Elastomeric Adobe, Adobe stucco, red brick coping. Exterior doors and windows will be painted white with true divided lights. Exterior casing, posts, and beams will be painted white. Garage doors, white painted wood. Canales, galvanized steel lined wood, painted white. Railings, painted white. And brick walkways and patio surfaces. Here's an proposed exterior finished lighting, exterior lighting finishes, and the color of white and elastomeric stucco color. So staff recommends approval of case 2024-009377, subject to condition that the applicant constructs the structures with red brick coping, which is recognized as a character defining feature for territorial design style. With this condition, staff finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. So in reference to this application, they are asking for 3 independent buildings plus a pergola, correct? And the residence, the casita, and the accessory building amount to a total of over 7,000 square feet, even though, you know, they are not attached to one another. Is the lot coverage, 40% is allowed lot coverage. Has the applicant gone over 40%, to your knowledge?
Chair Rios, members of the board, no ma'am, they have not. They did receive a PZR, so the zoning, underlying zoning code would have been reviewed for the development of this parcel, and they would have not allowed this case to move forward if they exceeded that lot coverage.
And do you know what the lot coverage is?
My understanding, it was 29%.
Repeat?
I believe it was 29%.
29%?
Yes, Chair Rios.
And let's see. Also, in reference to the front wall and gate, can you show us that and tell us again at what height that is being proposed?
Chair Rios, they're proposing a wall height of 6 feet max, from 5 feet to 6 feet for the entrance gate, the maximum wall height.
And so this is located at a dead end, correct?
Yes, Chair.
So how would you describe the public visibility of this large project?
Chair Rios, from Camino Atalaya, it's minimal at best from the coyote fencing. The coyote fencing provides enough coverage and the slope of the landscape to where vehicle traffic would have minimal, they would be able to see the top of the roofscape. On Camino del Monte Vista, any traffic going into the neighbor's property or turning around on that dead end would be able to see the structures, but no more than what they would see from their neighbors. That is current.
And you feel that this project is in harmony with the streetscape?
Chair Rios, if they construct with red brick coping on the structures, then staff agrees that it would be more in line to what's already established on that streetscape.
Thank you. Board members, are there any other questions? Member Diggle.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Just to follow up on that, the coyote fence would be 6 feet Paul, across the front of the property facing onto the street.
Chair Rios, Member Degnan, they're proposing to build a CMU wall to a maximum height of 6 feet.
Across the front of the property on the street.
That is correct. They're proposing it here.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Member Beach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on that, was there a wall height, average wall height calculated for the street?
Chair Rios, Member Beachside, as far as I know, that they have the right to build up to 6 feet per the zoning code for the wall height calculation. That is, I don't have that information, but I can get that information for you.
I sort of thought we had some guidance for the front of properties to not go quite that high, but maybe the sides of properties could go to 6 feet.
Chair Rios, Member Beachside, it's all dependent on the zoning of the property. So if this is a residential compound zoning, then they have the ability to build up to 10 feet high. They have it's different. They have different underlying zoning codes for depending on the property's location.
Heather, did you have something?
Sure, Chair Rios, Member Beachside. I was just looking at the street view. I unfortunately wasn't able to go out on the site visit. And we can get a wall height calculation to you, and maybe we'll defer that portion of the application until next hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Member Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just following up on that, I do think we need that because in addition to the underlying zoning, of course, we have a specific wall height requirement that's based in our district that's based on the streetscape. So without that, it's pretty difficult to know whether or not this would meet the standard or not. It seems like they're mainly low walls in that area, but I'm not prejudging that. I just think that we shouldn't approve any height with, at least without an exception, that would go beyond what's calculated in the streetscape. And then, and that would be true potentially for the gate as well. The other thing about the gate is that we do have, especially with the regard to the vehicle gate, that we do have fence and wall and gate guidelines that desire gates to be fenestrated. So have you given any consideration to discussing with the applicant a fenestration for the gate?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, no, I haven't discussed anything other than the territorial design style versus from what was previously proposed, which I think they did adamantly for this design. So they did add that.
Yeah, it seems that since the first application that we now do have territorial style coping.
Chair Rios, Member
That's agreed.
Bienvenu, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to dwell on it too long and hold you up, but I do want a clarification, please, Paul. I thought you just said in this hearing or this morning at the field trip that the guidelines, the height, for example, the height issue, the decision to approve or deny that, we have an opportunity to make that decision. But are you saying that the underlying zoning allowing a higher height overrides the historic?
Chair Rios, Member Degnan, I'd refer to our manager, Gary Mokino, to address
Thanks,
that,
Paul.
our land use director.
Thank you. Garen.
Chair Rios and Member Degnan, I do have a wall height calculation for that street. It's 57 inches. And with your question is whatever is more strict as
Mhm.
we follow, even though that it's up to 10 feet, but if historic has 6 feet, then we go with 6 feet. That's what we follow.
Okay. Unless we say that it's too much or too high or,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Yes, Heather.
Chair Rios, just to confirm, Carrie, the wall height maximum for that streetscape is 57 inches. Okay, so that is approximately a little over 5 feet. Yeah. Steve, let's. Oh, sorry about my math. And just to make note that if they would want a higher height of wall than what is permitted, then they would have to request an exception.
Mhm. Thank you.
4 feet.
Thank you.
Member Diggle.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Applicant or applicants, please come forward and get sworn in.
Hi, please speak into the microphone there. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record. Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
Thanks, Lauren.
Lauren, 226 North Guadalupe.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you have in regard to this item is the truth, the whole truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury? Thank you.
Good evening, Lauren. What do you have to add to what staff told us?
Clarifications first.
And if you can speak right into that mic so the recorder gets everything and so that we hear everything. Thank you.
So first of all, you discussed lot coverage. Lot coverage is 22.3%. You discussed the area of roof compared to the neighborhood. So we're at 7,200 square feet. We are surrounded by 8,000 square feet on the south, 7,300 square feet on the south. These are properties are directly adjacent to us. 92 square feet on the east, 62 square feet on the west, and 5,935 square feet on the north. So I would argue that our project is quite in line with the projects that are around us.
Lauren, those buildings that you're talking about with large square footage, is that one building or is it a multitude of buildings?
In some cases, it's one building. In some cases, it's multiple. I deliberately broke the building up into pieces, lower the scale, give it more of a compound feel. I deliberately put the garage up towards the front to minimize the amount of driveway. I don't know where this notion came in about a vehicle gate. We are not proposing a vehicle gate, fenestrated or not. What you were looking at was a picture of the courtyard gate. So there is no vehicle gate. I was not proposing a wall along the street. There's an existing fence there. I was proposing to keep it. It's already been approved by the H4. Didn't see any reason to go there again.
So there, you are not proposing a wall or a gate?
No, not on the
Oh.
front. I was proposing a masonry wall between us and our neighbors to the west, and that is 6 feet high, but not on the front of the property. Okay. You mentioned height. Buildings around us are typically higher than what I'm proposing. To the south is 22 feet, to the west is 24 feet, to the east is 29 feet, and also 19.8 feet. So I think really from the standpoint of coverage, size, and height, we are typical with what's around us. I hoped you would appreciate that we are going that extra mile with territorial style, not just with the brick coping, but with painted shutters and true divided light windows, painted windows, that are, and thick walls. They're between 12 and 22 inches thick. That we're really doing our best to make an exemplary building, or buildings in this case. I think that's it.
Board members, do you have questions for us at this time? No questions at this point. I'll ask for public comment and perhaps they'll have questions a little bit later on. Anyone in this building wishing to comment on this particular case, come forward. It appears not. Is there anyone on Zoom wishing to comment?
Rios, no member of the public has their hand raised.
No one? Board members, then if you have no questions or comments, a motion is appropriate at this time. Member Benjamin?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So just first clarification. So thank you for dispelling the confusion about the wall and the gate. What about the wall along the property side? Is there any concern about? We don't have streetscapes, so I'm going to imagine that we don't have to worry about the height of that particular wall, correct?
Rios, member Bienvenue, they can build up to 6 feet on that.
Good. Okay. I mean, this is a very, very large project, obviously, but I personally think that the architect and the owner have done a very nice job of really using a lot of that traditional detailing and keeping it from being overly imposing in any particular facade. And given the sort of enormity of it all, I think it works quite well. And the fact that they're still utilizing so many very traditional territorial features, I think is really to be commended in this case. And the only issue I would have had was the coping when this was first presented, but that's been resolved as well. And I take it then from staff's perspective that the brick coping is shown in the plans in sufficient detail for you to approve what's been offered, and you don't need to see any revised plans.
Chair Rios, member Bienvenue, when they go for permit, they're going to need to provide the best plan set that they can provide to pull permit. For us, this is sufficient.
Okay.
For construction permit will be, they'll have to.
Understood. Okay,
Sure.
so with that, in case number 2024-009377, HDRB 449 Camino Monte Vista, I move to approve the project as submitted, subject to condition that the structures are constructed with red brick coping as indicated by staff and as indicated in the revised drawings. And that's it. No other conditions.
Is there a second to this motion?
Mather seconds.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Bescheid,
Yes.
member Benvenue,
Yes.
member Mather,
Yes.
member Degnan.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Next case is located at 465 Camino Manzano. It looks like the applicants are coming forward, and this is Paul's case. So Paul, your presentation, please. Okay. They're trying to sell your cell phone.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in case number 2024-009399 HDRB 465 Camino Manzano is listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The main residential structure was built in 1947 on a 0.47 acre lot. The structure now totals approximately 3,270 square feet of heated space. The partial two-story structure was built in the Spanish Pueblo Revival and territorial architectural design styles as seen by the adobe block and wooden viga construction materials, flat roof with rounded parapets, recessed doors and windows, and wood encasement divided light windows. The north facade, which was recently designated as the primary, has a wooden two-story portal which once overlooked an orchard on the property. The evolution of the structure is well documented by Mr. John Murphy. Mr. John Murphy's 2024 Historical Cultural Property Inventory HCPI form. Murphy in 2024-16 demonstrates how the structure developed between 1947, 1958, post-1958, and post-1978. Murphy concludes that the north facade of the two-story structure expresses the design intention of the Dodge family and holds the most preserved integrity of the structure, and recommended the north facade as primary. Earlier this year, in February 2024, the HDRB made a determination to upgrade the status of the structure to contributing and designate the north facade as primary, as recommended by Mr. Murphy. In keeping with the historian's recommendation, the HDRB's determination and the preservation of the primary north facade, including the portal, the proposed changes to the primary north facade should be taken into consideration, that the changes will not change the architectural vocabulary of the structure, and which actions have been made to preserve. The proposed remodel also includes replacing all the windows and several doors at the residence, excluding those located on the primary north facade. In Mr. Ray Patterson's 2023 Historic Window and Door Assessment concludes that windows G, H, L, M, N, S, and U, and doors number 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9 are not historic. Windows A, B, C, E, F, I, J, P, Q, R, and V, and doors 4 and 6 are historic and restorable. Windows D, K, O, S, T, W, and X are historic but rotted and beyond repair and need to be replaced. Mr. Patterson also states that all the windows and doors with copper sills should have the copper removed due to adverse effects to the walls and sills. The window removal process may destroy the window entirely, and the windows with copper sills will need to be replaced, either historic or non-historic. Staff agrees with Mr. Patterson's assessment and recommends the HDRB approve the historic architect's window and door assessment. The current request is for the remodel, which includes the front portal remodel that completely changes the character of the portal, for which 2 exceptions are requested. Raise the courtyard wall to 8 feet and replace existing gate with a 6-foot 8-inch door, for which an exception is requested. Add exterior fireplace to the courtyard. Create a recess for a garage. Document the existing coyote fence. Remove and replace all windows on non-primary facades. Add 2 new windows on a non-primary facade. Interior remodel. So here we are looking at 465 Camino Manzano at the on the entrance driving into the property. Here on the north elevation by the garage doors is where they're looking at putting a new lintel across the entire the 2 garage doors, and then the work on the north facade. East facade shows a canale where there's a canale currently, in which they're proposing on putting another canale or downspout on that northeastern facade. On the south elevation, they're looking at remodeling and the windows, as well as in the courtyard where they're looking at putting the Kiva fireplace. Here is the primary north facade in which they're proposing on restuccoing and putting a downspout. And in the staff report, as read, the exception criteria and how staff believes the exception criteria has not been met. Here is the existing and proposed site plan of where the work will take place of the raising of the courtyard wall, windows and doors, and the work on the north portal elevation. Here we have the existing lower level floor plan showing the location of the windows that will be replaced and the work on the north portal. Here we have the proposed lower level floor plan showing the work of the courtyard wall, portal, and window and door replacements. Here we have the proposed north elevation, and in this north elevation is the primary elevation. They're looking at doing work where the restuccoing the portal to give it a much more dense appearance, and staff understands the reason for it. They're looking at preserving and protecting that portal, and in given so, the new work that they're proposing envelops what is currently there. They're looking at putting a downspout on that north primary facade and the work above the garage doors, as well as raising that courtyard in between the north portal and garage doors. Here we have the existing and proposed east elevation showing the locations of where windows and doors will be replaced, removed, and the new windows will be installed. Here is the existing and proposed south elevation, again showing where the window and door replacement, and here where one door will be filled in. Here we have the courtyard and the west, the existing courtyard, showing where the new Kiva fireplace will be constructed and the raising of the courtyard wall. The existing and proposed courtyard. And then here we have the south wall elevation where there is currently a coyote fence. The property owners installed a coyote fence without a construction permit or historic review. They were tagged for it. They now since are getting, it's already constructed, so now they're just coming for review and approval. And here are the architectural finishes. The structure will be restuccoed in a cementitious stucco abique. Doors and windows turquoise trim, and hardscape, and posts and beams in a dark brown stain. Also, staff, myself, and our historic and city inspector Anthony Maestas talked to the property owner at the residence, and they are looking at removing the middle fence and gate in front of 465 Camino Manzano. They're just in the process of doing so. Staff found that the applicant did not meet the exception criteria for 2 of the 3 exceptions and recommends denial of those exceptions. Staff found that the applicant met the criteria for the exception to 14-5.2D2D and recommends approval. Staff recommends approval of the other items in the application as it complies with 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. Thank you. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you very much for your report. You indicated that you agreed with a window assessment that was made, correct?
Chair Rios, members of the board, that is correct.
And can you indicate to us which windows, where they are located, the windows that you feel that are historic that should be refurbished?
Chair Rios, at our site visit today, we could walk around the property and see historic windows where new windows have been replaced. I can get you that information at another time, but tonight I wouldn't have the ability to show you each historic, non-historic, and new window. It may be a little time consuming. I can read out the numbers of them, but in the packet, in the window assessment, Ray Patterson's window assessment will show you the numbers.
So the historic windows, some historic windows have already been replaced, yes or no?
Chair Rios, that is correct. Well, there's been remodel and, Chair Rios, how do I say this? There's been work on this property throughout time since it was constructed. So some of the windows in their initial conception have changed. Some have not. And on the north facade, you can clearly see some of those windows have been there since the time of inception. Other windows throughout that property have been replaced, repaired, restored. The applicant is proposing to replace all the windows on the property, excluding the ones on the north primary facade. So staff is recommending that the HDRB approve the historic window assessment by Ray Patterson, given that there's windows outside of that north primary facade that may be impacted.
Thank you for that explanation. Also, in the courtyard where they want to up the wall, it's presently 6 feet and they want to add another 2 feet. Can you tell us again why they want to do that?
Chair Rios, wish I knew.
Okay. I'll ask, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair.
This house is located at the very end of Camino Manzano, correct?
Yes,
And it's at the very end of that driveway. So the public visibility is minimal or non-existent, but it is visible to neighbors.
Chair Rios, there is an acequia behind this property on the south boundary line. So, and people do access that acequia and that walkway, walking dogs, animals, and other reasons, I'm sure. So there is access back there. It's a public access way. Visibility would be very minimal. The high walls would conceal most of their visibility.
And then can you quickly tell us the two exceptions that you did not think that they met
Yes, Chair, glad.
in reference to the specific work that they want to do?
Yes, Chair, members of the board. So here is the north primary facade. In February 2024, Mr. Sarason brought this before the board, and the board approved the north primary facade, including the portal. And given that the historian, Mr. John Murphy, the board and staff recommended preservation of this portal, given the history of it, the applicant is now proposing a design that may impact its integrity, in which was trying to be preserved. Removal of corbels, the removal of beams, the removal of the flooring, restuccoing over, putting downspouts on that north elevation would be inconsistent of the historian's recommendation, the board's motion for designation, and the preservation of this north primary facade. That's staff's. So staff's is working towards preserving this north facade.
And is there anything else that you disagree with?
No, Chair Rios.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, this, well, first of all, thank you for clarifying that last point. The only real issue I think that we're called on to address, even though there actually are quite a long list of items in the packet, is at least from staff's perspective, is the portal. Everything else you approve. So we can deal with the portal, I think, with the applicant, but the windows I'm a little confused by, because I thought we were pretty well settled on the idea that we do not have jurisdiction over historic windows except on a primary facade. That's been a major bone of contention here. I think it's a terrible feature of our ordinance. That is what we have, I thought, come to the conclusion we're stuck with, because the ordinance specifically states in so many words, if not exact words, that windows shall be repaired and replaced when they're on primary facades. And then it goes on to exclude windows and doors from other provisions regarding historic material. How do you square that now tonight with with a request that we somehow protect the historic nature of the windows and doors on the non-primary facade, which of course would love to do, but I don't think we have authority. So.
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, great question. Staff stands by the historic architect's assessment. And given that Mr. Patterson does many, if not most, historic window assessments, window and door assessments, and he recommends that many of them can be restored, staff stands by the historic architect's decision. And so he was hired by the applicant. He did the window and door assessment. He recommended that these windows be repaired and restored. And I think it's the board's purview to make that decision.
Okay. I'm just looking at the language. This is why I think we're stuck in this case. I guess this would be 5.2D5, which regards windows, doors, and other architectural features. And then under A, for all facades for the primary facades of contributing structures, historic windows shall be repaired or restored wherever possible. So we're very clear on that. Unfortunately, though, B then says for all facades of contributing structures, architectural features, finishes, and details other than doors and windows shall be repaired rather than replaced. And I just can't square the language of those two provisions with the ability to require replacement for windows and doors that are not on the primary facade. Although I would like to have a note made that I think that should be addressed in the update to the code. But as the ordinance reads today, I think that regardless of the architectural or the door expert's assessment, I think the applicant has the right to make those changes, would be my. But even though I agree with you that it would be nice if the applicant did not choose to do so. I think that's all the comments I have for staff. Thank you.
Any other, whoops. I keep losing that little- Kind of distorted. Stored. I've got it. Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, may we hear from the applicant? Mr. Martinez. Yeah, can you get sworn in, please? And anyone else that's going to speak in reference to this case?
Hi, Richard, Joseph. I'm going to swear you both in at the same time, okay? Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Martinez, PO Box 925, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Joseph Carnes, P.O. Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you have in reference to this item is the truth and the whole truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. They have been sworn.
Is it possible for me? Listen to
IT, please turn on the Elmo.
you have. Only the photographs that the staff. Yeah. Yeah. Design. Yeah, but that's only part of my schedule. I just want to make sure. That is all of my schedule available here this evening? Right? Not on this computer. Okay, so then we have.
IT, can you turn on the Elmo, please?
Sorry. Just because there was a drawing in my packet that was not presented on the screens tonight. And so I wanted to make sure that we could see that. The historic report on this house, it was written by John Murphy, states the main house, you can see here, the main house looks over 2 fir trees and a patch of lawn with a 2-story facade. Unusual for Santa Fe is its double porch design, perhaps better described as a portal with a balcony above. The structure is a nod to territorial era architecture. It is supported by square posts which continue to the 2nd-story porch roof. Underneath the balcony are large wood beams that you can see on the photograph. that appear to be old. On closer inspection, they are stock pieces that have been rusticated on their sides. The detailing of the beams with their shaped corbels and close spacing gives a feeling of a colonial era mission church. The portal floor is paved with flagstone and the balcony deck is made of different sized boards. Based on photographs of an earlier survey, its railing has been replaced. I propose that there was a two-story portal here, but not this one. Not only are the beams, those beams that you see on the middle, are not original. They're stock pieces that have been rusticated, but I propose that the actual posts are also stock pieces that were added later. And that the little piece of stucco across the top, on top of what would be wood, is also not original. The posts and the small band of stucco at the top are reminiscent of the architecture of the 1990s. And so I think that because the old portal has a canal coming off of the second story roof with the water falling all the way down to the ground from the second story, that it caused rot. This portal was not really well built and had to be rebuilt. And so I think that there was always a two-story portal there, just not that portal. And it was not, obviously parts of it were replaced, but I think more parts of it were replaced as well. The wood of the post is not old. There's nothing old about it. It looks like it's been painted or stained. And I propose, and it has very sharp corners. I propose again that it's just replacement wood. The portal is not original in my opinion, and there have always been water problems. The portal that this illustrates is the portal that I'm designing. I'm keeping all the posts and all the elements of the portal intact. The end pieces of the portal are simply encased in stucco, so that the portal it doesn't have just this little strip of stucco at the top, but actually that stucco comes down to the ground. And that the beams that go across in the front of the portal are more in line with the beams that are above the doors and windows on the primary facade. In other words, they are not the full beams. They are just a portion of those beams. In the idea of what the revival architecture was. In other words, the stucco would come down on top of the beams, and it would come down quite a bit. So you would see the full depth of the beam at the bottom, but you wouldn't see the full depth of the beam on the side of the wall. And so the portal and its expression of the beams is more like the beams on the above the doors and windows of the primary facade. I'm also making the canal, which is on the side right now, it's just like a scupper. It's like a metal piece. It comes off of the side and drops the water all the way down. I'm making it come in the front, and the wall of the corners of the portal provides a surface where I could mount a downspout that goes all the way from the top to the bottom of the portal, so that the water is brought down to the ground without splashing all over the place, without a downspout. The portal that I'm that I'm illustrating here. Otherwise, it's the same elements that are there. I'm not taking any of the portal down, just adding some things. The portal I designed is more in keeping with the facade of the house behind it. It's not a reproduction of the original portal because I don't know what that original portal actually looked like. However, it is keeping with the style of the house and brings the water down without damage to the portal itself. All the changes that I'm proposing and that the owner is proposing is to complement the house. The owner cherishes his house and wants to honor and enhance the original design. That's for the portal. On the side of the house, because the wall that comes into the side of the house, 6-foot wall right now, is within 10 feet of the front facade. I have to give an exception for that if I want to make any changes to the wall. And I do want to make changes to the wall because the courtyard behind this wall is becoming more of a room, more of a private room, an outdoor room, fireplace, larger windows from the rooms inside, things like that, so that it can be more of a room. So I'm making it more private, not a garden. It's an outdoor room. And so I'm raising the wall so that it can go over the door, as you can see in this illustration, and again, make a beam like the other beams in the house, a lintel on top. And so it's a proper door through a wall rather than a gate in a wall. I'm sad for any questions.
Board members, questions, comments? Member Degnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Martinez, I'm thinking about the canale and the downspout where I live. There is the main entrance and exit at the rear of the home to a patio has that dilemma. In other words, there is no canale, there's no downspout. There's no canale at that point. So the water just goes over the roof and it goes all over you as you're trying to exit. It was a bad design. So my question to you is, why are you hesitating about using or having make do with the northeast canale that exists? Because it's going to look really, in my mind, it's not going to look quite appropriate or as lovely as that design. I see you have it over there on the left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you manage with the existing canale and downspout?
I could make a downspout on the existing canale, but I am proposing that the side walls be very narrow and the front walls be more wide. And so I'm using that width to mount the downspout on. I think personally that the downspout is much more handsome as an element on the front of this building. It's not going to be like you might imagine a downspout just tacked on a house. This downspout is part of the design of the portal. And so that's why I have it on the front. It doesn't have to be there. It could be on the side. I do have a wall that I can mount it on the side. If the board decides that, I will do it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Member Degnan. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for your presentation. So I guess here's why I think you have what I think are insuperable headwinds against your idea of changing the portal. We literally had this debate when we designated the primary facade. Everything that's just been presented other than was presented at that time as a request not to designate the portal or to exclude the portal from the primary designation for the same reasons that you brought forward tonight. And the board obviously did not agree. And the board designated the portal as part of the primary. And in doing so, as I recall the discussion, it referenced both the HDRB, which proposed, which recommended that the portal be included in the primary facade designation, and also the description of the in the HDRB of portals special importance to the design, referencing this as being something that was picking up on, and I'm looking at this picture, but I wish I had a picture of what exists. Because what the HDRB was referencing was that the owner, builder, was referencing the design from the territorial period in the latter part of the 19th century, which was no longer often utilized at the time this house was built in the 40s. And the historian thought that that was worth protecting. And I think there was even a photograph of San Francisco Street included in his HDRB. There's to show this the type of two-story balcony portal that was common at that time. And they were spindly. I mean, they look pretty much like that without the stucco on the top, but they, in essence, are very narrow square posts holding up a portal or a porch with a railing around it that were more or less tacked on in front of these commercial buildings on San Francisco Street. So given that, that was precisely part of what we were protecting. There was a reference, and also there was also knowledge that a portal in this exact location had existed in the original footprint from the time the house was built. The only thing that was questionable was the reference, I think, that was made in the HDRB and perhaps by you as well, just from your personal inspection, that there may have been some non-historic materials that were now present. That was very vague. Even the reference in the HDRB to the posts didn't give any indication as to how historical those posts were. There was no suggestion that they were recent vintage. It was just saying that they were made to look older than they actually were. But they could still date the original construction of the house, at least as far as anything could be. And so we did go ahead and designate the entire porch. And as I recall, we made a specific note, though, in the findings that the board would be open to any further information that would be presented as to whether any specific materials, like, for example, the railing, I would say, was demonstrably non-historic. We would take that into account in any future consideration of any applications, but I don't see anything that's been presented in that regard. And even if it were, that would apply to specific aspects of the portal, not the design itself. So to me, we have a portal that is probably almost certainly historic, may have had some modifications, specifically called out by the historian as worth protecting and was protected by the board, and now would be replaced by a new design that really is not historic, would be, I guess, just designed for an aesthetic preference. So given that, I just don't see how a board could find exceptional criteria been met for this specific alteration. Everything else in the application, though, is perfectly fine.
Thank you for your
two-
comments. Yes, Richard.
One is, I'm not proposing replacement. It's encasement, not replacement. There's still, all of the elements are still there. It's just that there's walls built around them. Okay. And also the historic, when they moved to designate this two-story portal, noted that the portal had been altered over time and many parts of it and its dealings in its detailings are non-historic materials. That's what the board said at the time of the motion. So I'm not proposing that there was never a two-story portal. There was definitely a two-story portal there always. But I'm suggesting that not this two-story portal because it's so spindly and it has this little strip of stucco at the top, and the and even the corner posts don't line up from the bottom to the top. The top ones are out further than the bottom ones. It's just crazy the way it's built. I don't believe that they would have built a portal like this with this beautiful house behind it. I think it was a later portal that was built in the same location of the original two-story portal.
Thank you, Richard. Board members, any other comments or questions? Member Mather?
Mr. Martinez, is there any archival footage of this house? Is there any photographs that you could find out in the world that would reference
Only
it?
aerial photographs, which don't show the details, but they do show that there was a portal there. Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Member Beachy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Richard, could you just clarify what you just said? Are you completely removing the portal and replacing it, or are you leaving the wood elements and encasing them in stucco?
I'm leaving the corner posts. It shows in the drawings.
Okay.
I'm leaving the corner posts. I'm just encasing them in stucco to hold up that strip of stucco that you see at the top there. And then I'm also putting a strip of stucco in the center so that you're not seeing the ends of those bottom beams. So from the bottom beam, you don't see the joists that go across, but from the bottom beam to the flooring of the upstairs, I am doing again enclosing it, but not removing those elements.
So are the beams and posts and corbels and railing staying as is, the same wood, or you?
Yes, the same
Yes.
the same exact wood.
Okay.
The bottom beams, the ones that are pointing at you in this photograph, those have like little carved edges, and those have to be cut off in order to put the stucco on. But those are the elements on the report that are definitely reported as reproductions. Those are the ones that he says appear old, but on closer inspection, they're nominal size wood scorped to look old.
Right, right. So I mean, the new design is more substantial on the edges, but the delicate detailing of the wood remains identical. So, I mean, I don't really think of this sort of shoring up of the portal as a drastic departure in its style. We still maintain the double portal, which is the characteristic we're trying to preserve. It's not like the top's being taken off or something. With respect to the proposed downspout, I don't recall us ever considering that kind of functional addition as a addition to a primary facade that detracts from its characteristics. It's a purely functional need for a house to not, be damaged, especially a portal we're trying to preserve, to not be damaged by excess water just running down the side. So I know staff disagreed with that assessment, but I think Richard's testimony about the functionality and lack of that currently that has damaged the portal over time sort of overrides that potential detraction from a primary facade. There's another option too, probably to paint that downspout so that it matches the stucco and it's less noticeable if that's, I mean, I agree with the proposed design as an element that sort of follows those vertical lines nicely on the existing portal, but there's probably other things that can be done if other board members object to that.
Thank you.
Can I point out something on this photograph?
Should take, do they have a mic that he can talk into? Okay. Mhm.
So the existing scupper, I won't call it a canale because it's all metal. Scupper is on the side. It pours into a little trough that goes to the front and pours down on the front. And that was a method of trying to get the water to not go on the portal.
So Richard, in reference to the railing, did you indicate that you're going to keep the railing, but then you're going to put stucco behind it?
No, I'm going to keep the railing entirely. The overhead? So you see, the top one is existing, and the bottom one is new. And you see that the bottom one, my proposal, has the same posts, same railing, everything, the same beams, everything the same. So the railing is kept and does not have stucco.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm going to, oh, yes, Mr. Carnes, what do you have to tell us?
Thank you, Chair Rios, members of the board. I'm going to limit my comments to the exception request to wrap the portal in stucco that the staff report recommended denial of. I'm going to briefly walk through the three criteria that are before you tonight. The initial one, that the exception does not damage the character of the district. Staff's response in the staff report was that the proposed design alters the historic status of the North Portal and therefore would damage the character of the district. And the recommendation was that that criteria is not met. I would submit that all exception requests by definition would alter the historic status of what is there today. That's why it's an exception request. And that's not the question in this exception criteria. The question is whether the design that we showed you, Richard showed you, would damage the character of the district. And these materials that are proposed to be added, primarily the stucco wrapping, they exist throughout the district. And I ask, how can it be objectively said that this design that Richard showed would damage the character of the district? These materials and this type of design exist throughout the district and define it. This is not a design that's incongruous with the character of the district. This design is completely consistent with the character of the district and the existing house, as Richard described. The question is not whether the design would alter the historic status, and staff's conclusion that the design would do so is not responsive to the question stated in the exception criteria as to whether this design would damage the character of the district. As to a hardship, the staff report states Mr. Duran acknowledged the drainage issues, which is a hardship. That is what the question asks, and it's satisfied. In the staff report, Mr. Duran went on to say that the design would impact the north facade's historic integrity. Again, that statement in response to this question is not responsive. The question is limited to whether there's a hardship or not. The answer to that is yes. So I would submit that the second criteria is satisfied. Finally, the third criteria, addressing consideration of all design a full range of design options. Here again, staff, instead of addressing the applicant's response that's before you, staff elevated its previous non-responsive conclusion to say that the proposed design will remove the current historic integrity of the portal and therefore does not satisfy that exception criteria. That's not the question here. The question is whether a full range of design options was considered. And as Richard has explained to you, that was done here. And the applicant selected this particular design option that's been shown to you and thereby satisfied the criteria. The responses before you in your packet address and respond to each of the three criteria, and staff's responses in no way demonstrate that the criteria are not satisfied. So I think if you focus on the aspects of the design that Richard has put before you, we have demonstrated that the three exception criteria are satisfied. That also applies to the downspout that as Member Beachai pointed out, is a substantive and functional part of the application. And we request that we submit that those criteria have been addressed and satisfied as well. So with that, I'll address any questions you might have, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Members of the board, do you have any questions for Mr. Carnes or any comments at this time? It appears not. So, Richard, have you concluded your presentation? Thank you. I will ask for public comment. Anyone in this room wishing to comment on this particular case? If so, please come forward and get sworn in. One person coming forward.
Hi, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is 14 Alameda, Comfort River, Santa Fe.
Thank you, John. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you have in reference to this item is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Madam Chair, board members, thank you. What I see here, and if staff could help me by throwing up the colored drawing of the new sign. This original structure is very definitely and recognizably carpentarial. Made up that adjective tonight, but I think you understand what I'm saying. You can clearly see the carpentry that went into building the structure. When you shift over to drawing,
Thank you.
this design very clearly changes the massing of this portal, because it's gone from one that is purely recognizably carpentarial, and it's all built of wood predominantly, to one which has very strong masonry elements. So the massing is completely different. It's not airy the way the carpentarial design is. Be that as it may, I just wanted to point out that's a very strong change to the character of this house. So I'd like to see the rest of the discussion. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. Anyone else? Please swear, Ms. Benanato. Oh, yes, Gary?
Cheerios, members of the board, you're asking about the railing earlier. Anytime a construction permit is issued to information about stuff like this, they would have to come into compliance and the railing would have to change to compliant.
Ms. Benato, please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Benato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you have in reference to this item is the truth, the whole truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you, madam.
So far, none of you have asked about the 8-foot fence. And I think that's really important to ask about because I don't think this is in a compound. My understanding is that 8-foot fences are only allowed in compounds or if your property is a residential property next to a commercial property. So I'm not even sure that this is within, that you could even grant this as an exception. The other thing is I do agree with Mr. Eddy that it totally changes the look of the building by having the masonry end walls. And I have to say that I didn't really hear anything new in the presentation about this portal or its history. There's no real new documentation. So I don't know, you spent a lot of time talking about it before and you designated it as primary. And I don't know, I didn't hear any more rationale as to how the exception criterion were met. I think there are ways of draining that roof as it looks. I mean, I'm sure there's ways to drain that without damaging the foundation of the portal. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Paul.
Chair Rios, members of the board, this property at 465 Camino Manzano is zoned in the RC8 residential compound zoning district. So it has a different underlying zoning code for the fences. Thank you.
Anyone else in this room wishing to comment, please come forward. Or anyone on Zoom?
Chair Rios, no.
Board members, we're ready for a motion. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, in case number 2024-009-399 HDRB 465 Camino Manzano, would move that findings be entered, that the exception criteria for modification of the portal, which is part of the primary facade, have not been demonstrated to have been met. I would note that the board specifically earlier this year designated the north facade, including the two-story portal, to be the elevation with features that define the character of the structure's architecture, and that the board further found that some elements of the portal may be non-historic and invited the applicant to present additional evidence demonstrating which materials are non-historic in any future application. And I don't believe that the applicant has taken up that offer. No new information as to what is historic and non-historic has been presented. With respect to the first criteria, to not damage the character of the district, I would find that because this is a alteration of the distinctive characteristics of what the board has designated as the primary facade, that necessarily damages the character of the district, because the board has already found that those characteristics should be protected. With respect to the second criteria, required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare, no, the applicant has not presented sufficient evidence of any hardship that would result from denial of the application and the preservation of the existing portal. And with respect to the third criteria, strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options. That also has not been met in this case because there has been no demonstrated need to have alternative design options that would alter the defining characteristics of this primary facade, nor that would be necessary to strengthen the character of the city, nor has it been demonstrated that sufficient other design options to solve any actual problems as opposed to design and aesthetic considerations have been sufficiently considered. Based on those findings, I would move that the board deny the request for the alteration to the portal, find that the second request for exceptions with regard to the canale and downspout are thereby rendered moot and do not need to be decided, and that the third request for exceptions that the applicant has presented sufficient information to find that they have been met for the reasons set forth in the staff report. And to conclude, the motion would be that the project be approved as submitted with the exception of the alteration to the portal.
Second.
Who seconded? Thank you. That was quick.
Sorry.
Roll call vote.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could we have just
Oh,
a minute
yeah.
of discussion, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I wanted just to say for the record that, that this project is not removing historic material. It's, as the applicant described, is encasing the material. And in fact, it may be removable at some point to, take the stucco off of the corner post. Although there's not been new evidence of historic assessment of the portal, none of that is being removed. So in my mind, we've actually are preserving the portal as constructed. I think it's reasonable to assume that the corner posts, which aren't aligned and are diminutive and have contributed to the deferred maintenance, which is a hardship for the applicant, are not well constructed. And I think, the other design option might be just to add larger posts, but that would then potentially constitute removal of historic material. So I think we would also be unhappy with that proposal. So short of leaving it as is, I think this is a pretty sensitive request for exception of a minimal nature.
Thank
Just
you.
for consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we have a motion and we have a second, and we need a roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Benvin.
No. Sorry. No. Pardon me. Yes. Sorry.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Bescheid. No. Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion has passed.
Thank you. Thank you all. We will go to the next case this evening, which is located at 346 Hillside Avenue. And who is presenting?
Lamboy, I'm presenting
Oh,
for Lanny McCall.
Heather will be presenting. Thank you, Heather.
Yes, who is unable to here this evening. So you may recall that this case, I presented this case originally for the addition that was being proposed to the south elevation of this house. IT, can you please put up the regular screen? I'm sharing through Zoom. There we go. Thank you, IT. So this structure is a single family structure, a bungalow that was constructed in approximately the 1920s. And the board may recall that at that time, there was a status review as well as an addition to the south elevation. The status review involved designation of primary facades as well as the the overall character of the building and history that was provided to the board, and that can be found in the HDRB. The site is located at 346 Hillside Avenue, which is immediately to the east of the Hillside Park, the Tony Manzioni Park. and is located amongst single-family residential development that surrounds it. The structure itself, the scope of the work did not impact the front elevation, or the front portion of the property. The historic core of the house is relatively small, and the addition to the rear adds extra space for a bedroom, bathroom, and enlarges the kitchen. So these photographs that you see here on the north and the northeast elevations illustrate the overall size of the house. There was a small addition that was added later to this original construction date that you can see here, but the house itself was a pretty small house previously. The house is characterized by 3/1 windows, double hung wooden windows, and it has also craftsman features as well. Going around to the rear of the property, there previously was a patio or a deck that was on the structure. The door there is just sort of floating in the air because it had been removed. And this is just sort of a walk around the property to refamiliarize you with the site. And this is the west elevation that is along the driveway. And more photographs. So the changes that were approved back in 2023 incorporated the area that is highlighted with the circle. And so the studio itself, which was previously a garage, has been renovated into being more living space and a detached type of bedroom scenario. And there were some minor changes that happened as things were being constructed. Previously, the detention area was sort of in the corner, and so it moved around. So therefore, there were some minor adjustments that had to be made at the rear of the property during construction. These are the approved and as-built floor plans. So as you can see, the patio itself was reconfigured here in the floor plan. So the north elevation, the approved and as-built north elevation, you can see that the addition here, there was a minor change where the steps were added to access that door. It had to be reworked from the original steps in order to provide for more fall protection and safety. And then on the west elevation, there was very little change that occurred. And so that you can see on the south elevation, the existing and the approved, the approved and the built changed slightly as well. You can see that the windows were changed. All of this could be handled administratively because, first of all, it was on a non-historic portion of the house and was not publicly visible. So these minor changes were handled administratively. And once again, here's another view of the construction as it was changed. So asphalt shingles, with reference to what we're hearing this evening is regarding the metal roofing that was put onto the house without permit or approval by this board. So the metal roofing is a material that can be found in historic homes. However, with bungalows, and especially those that were sold by Sears Roebuck and Company or the like, they all had asphalt shingles. Asphalt shingles were invented in 1903. This was the country's first affordable housing type because it was brought in on the train and the construction materials were there. And asphalt shingles were an economical way of constructing or providing for roofing. My own house in Denver is a bungalow very much like this, and it had asphalt shingles historically. So it's the applicant has not provided any evidence that there was previously any metal roofing, and that is concerning to staff. And in addition, that type of finish or feature, the applicant has to provide pictorial evidence or some sort of physical evidence that there was metal roofing at one point there. So this is an illustration of the prior to construction and as it looks today. And as you can see, this changes the overall character of the building significantly. And so with reference to this case, and sorry, my presentation isn't finesse, this is very last minute. So with reference to case 2024-9398, for the request to alter the roofing material, staff recommends denial on the basis that it does not meet the exception criteria for 14-5.2 D6 in the replacement of roofing materials, and that there has been no substantiation or evidence provided to illustrate that the structure once had a metal roof. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Heather, so you are indicating that the applicant went forward and put the roofing material without permission.
Chair Rios, that is correct.
And you are also indicating that on the south part of the house, that the changes that were made were approved by administratively by staff.
Chair Rios, they are included in this packet for your review, but yes, they are approvable administratively.
They are approvable, but it's coming before us, but it is not what was originally indicated. Is that correct?
Chair Rios, it's the reason that this entire case is coming before the board is because of the roofing material. And so instead of approving something administratively, for the rest of the other changes, I just wanted to point out that staff could approve those administratively. We decided to bring the whole package to you.
And is the coyote fence also part of this application?
Yes, Chair Rios, that is correct.
And what is the height of that fence?
The height of the existing fence was 6 feet, and this one, I believe, is 6 feet.
There was a fence there before? No.
Yes, there was.
There was?
You can't see it because somebody on
What
the
was
inside of the fence.
what was it made out of?
I'll defer to the applicant to
Okay.
answer that question.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions at this point? No? Applicant? Oh, it's you again, Richard. Yes, sir, Mr. Martinez, you have been sworn in.
Yes, okay. There was a fence there before, and our first application to this board, when we got approval for the addition, said we were going to replace, said replacement of the front fence, the coyote posts were replaced, the structure of the fence, all that was already there. We're coming before the board because the staff insists that we come back and get approval for something that we already got approval for, that already existed. And so that's, I'm here to do that.
In reference to the fence,
The reference to the fence.
but not in reference to the roof.
Yes, I want to go through that history as well. Okay. Our application dated 11/14/22. This is when our first application for the addition was submitted, was approved by the HDRB on their hearing of January 10th, 2023. Then we applied for an administrative approval on April 14th, 2023. There were some changes. We were eliminating an outdoor fireplace, and we were eliminating a window, and we never received a administrative approval, even though those changes were submitted to the administrator, the staff, and were included on our permit and approved as part of our permit. There was no intention for us to deceive anyone. It was just we got the approval and we went forward with the historic approval. Then we went for another administrative approval on June 14th, 2024. This was back in June. Because our case manager had left and the staff was very overworked, as you might imagine, we never got any response to this. Asked and asked and asked, and we never got anything given to us. It was never even reviewed. Our current, the current application for the roof replacement, we made on September 10th. Originally, this was, we would send it to staff. The owner, because now we're in December, so that's 3 months. And then they decided on their own to go forward and replace the roof because it was in such bad shape that it needed to be replaced. So I am here to ask for the approval for the roof. The fence and gates came up because in the staff's inspection of the property during our application for the roof, we got a red tag because the front fence was too large, too tall. And I want to show you that that fence existed from the time the owner bought the house. Can we turn this overhead?
IT, can you please put the Elmo back on?
That fence existed, and all we did was replace the posts on that fence. Gates existed. Now we're being held to a standard where the fence does not meet the current code, but it was there. It was I believe it was approved by this board because there were other changes made to this house in the past, but it wasn't our. There you go. That's the fence of when I took the first photograph. What does it say? 3/30/2022. So that's before I made the first. Submittal. So you can see the pedestrian gate there and the fence, and all we did was replace those sticks with new sticks because they were rotted. That's how old that fence was. And so it was already that tall. We didn't make it any taller. We just replaced it, and it showed on our original. We asked for permission, and we're given permission to replace it on our original submittal. That's what we said. That's what the drawing said. And so now we're being held to a standard, I think, that we can't meet, because if we lower this fence to the area that they want, that the staff would like us to lower it to, it will be below the gates that are already there and below that top piece of metal structure on the fence. So that would mean that we have to rebuild the structure of the fence, the old fence that was there before we started. Going back to the roof. As I explained to you, we asked for this a long time ago, and it's been a long process, and it was made even longer last month. But there are several metal roofs of historic houses in the neighborhood. Some even like catty corner, like they touch the property that they're on touches our property. And those are all illustrated in your packet. The roof that we propose is very historic. It is a charcoal colored gray roof, standing seam roof, that was used on many historic houses. And we have no documentation that it was used on this house, but I think it was very possible that it was used on this house. This house has a hipped roof. It's not a gable roof. It's a very beautiful and very unusually shaped roof. And it comes to points on every side. So it's possible that it was always a metal roof. But I will ask Joseph to also give his presentation of that.
Hold on, Richard. Did you indicate, did I just hear you say that it's possible that it was always a metal roof?
No, I didn't mean always. I mean, it's possible that it was originally a metal roof.
And
yeah.
Also, Heather, or did anybody do a height calculation in reference to fence and wall for this area?
Chair Rios, since I'm just picking up this case, what is the height of the fence that has been constructed?
Fence that has been constructed. It's in my packet. It's like 80 inches. Yeah.
80 inches, which is 7 feet.
Almost 7 feet.
So Chair Rios, with reference to something that has been replaced, we had another case that went all the way up to the governing body. You may recall this is over on Don Cubero, where some fencing material had been replaced.
Right.
And the request of the owner was that it be replaced at that same height that the previous fence was at. And the governing body upheld the H board in denying that request because it was not consistent with the streetscape height. Now, I don't think that there's been any height calculation that's been done on this streetscape. I'm not sure. Did Lanny do a height calculation?
Yeah, there is a maximum allowable height of 4 feet 11 inches.
So, and in addition, if this fence, which is higher than the underlying zoning, what it's permitted, it's an RC8 district 7. Well, anyway, the maximum height of a fence is 6 feet. And so that would be higher than what the underlying zoning allows. So it was decided by the governing body in that other case that because the applicant had removed the material, it also removed the nonconformity. This particular case.
Yes, we got approval to replace the fence, and our first submittal. I wasn't informed that we had to replace it at a different height. We got approval to replace the
And
fence.
Richard, when you say you got approval, was it with the board?
Yes, from the board. The board said that my project was approved as submitted, and the approval and the submittal says we're replacing the front fence. That is on the site plan, the original site plan that was submitted to this board at the park.
Heather, are you agreeing with that?
Chair Rios, no, I don't agree with that because I'm looking at the packet that was submitted to the board at that time, and there is no note of replacement of the site plan.
Sorry. Replace existing coyote fencing, that's what it
Okay.
says.
So Heather, there was
There
an
was
action in
a
reference.
note. Let me see if, yeah, it did say replace existing coyote fence. So that was my oversight.
So that the existing fence has been approved by the board?
So it was illustrated on the plans, but one of the things that wasn't considered was the zoning regulations relative to that being higher than the permitted zoning height. And also the case, there was no height submitted to the H board. So that I would submit is not fully approved because that was not part of the packet.
So I asked the owner and I'm suggesting a compromise. Maybe this is the old fence, but the new fence is the same. But if we could take the fence down just above that top piece, so that it's basically the height of the existing gates. You see the top of the gates?
Mhm.
That's like
What height? would that be?
74 inches, 6 feet 2 inches, something like that.
Anything over 6 feet would have to get a.
I know, but it's an existing fence. I'm just proposing this because that would mean that we could keep the structure of the fence and not, and it would be the same height as the gates. So anyway, so you see the height of the gate in this photograph. If that is taken down to the height of the gate, it's just above, you see that, above the top structure.
Okay, let me see if other board members have questions or comments at this point. Any questions, comments? Yes, Member Dignan.
Mr. Martinez, pardon me, how tall is the metal fence that I'm looking at on the right side of that image?
The metal gate.
Gate, I mean. Okay, so it's around 6 feet. Thank you.
Chair Rios.
Yes.
There is also a note on the site plan as well from that time that to replace coyote fencing inside other existing fencing. And so, I think that at that time, and I'll own a mistake, but at that time I was thinking it was a new fence inside an existing fence on the interior property line. So, and Mr. Martinez knows that we have to do fence height calculations for the streetscape and all of that sort of stuff. And since that wasn't considered as part of the application, I would not consider that, that fence height inherently approved for the streets.
All I'm pointing out is that there was no intention to deceive. We thought we were doing exactly what we were moved to do.
Okay, board members, comments, questions? No, anyone in this room wishing to comment? Oh, Mr. Carnes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair Rios, members of the board. I'm going to speak exclusively to the roof rather than the fence. Initially, what do we know and what do we not know? We don't know. Ms. Lamboy testified, you heard her, that as to the original material of the roof, we don't know what it was. We don't have evidence of what it was way back when. What we do know is that the pre-existing asphalt shingle roof that was replaced with the metal roof, it leaked and it was non-historic. We know that. The staff report asserts that the new roof is black in color. The application itself, I could do a handout if you like, but it's in your materials. It indicates the roof is being charcoal, not black. You've seen with your own eyes today in your field trip that the roof is not black, it's gray. And it's troubling when we end up arguing about the facts and trying to establish what the facts are. Here, we're not proposing a roof, it's already on the house, and you've seen it. The historic overlay code does not regulate roof color. And as Mr. Martinez pointed out, there are at least two roofs along the streetscape that are metal roofs. They're both green in color. I was out there today. There's one to the east and one to the west. And Nowhere does the historic code say that roof colors must match the color of roofs in the vicinity. We're here to apply the code as written, and going through the three exception criteria, I'll start with the hardship. There's no question that the applicant has demonstrated a hardship. The pre-existing asphalt shingle roof leaked substantially. That's why the applicant decided on her own to replace it, and that's acknowledged in the staff report. The staff report, however, just like in the previous case, it goes on to say that it acknowledges the hardship, but goes on to say the applicant, quote, needs to clarify why it is a hardship to install a new asphalt shingle roof. That's not part of the question that's before you. The criteria is whether there's a hardship. A leaking roof is a hardship, period. So I submit that that exception criteria has been satisfied. Now, will a charcoal color metal roof damage the character of the district? We submit no, it would not. Gray roofs, metal roofs exist throughout the district. This is consistent with and in harmony with existing roofs in the area within the downtown and east side historic district. And finally, did the applicant consider other design options? Absolutely. The application acknowledges that the applicant considered another asphalt shingle roof and decided for reasons of longevity, expense, and effectiveness that she wanted to put a metal roof on the house. That's the applicant's prerogative, and she chose a metal roof. So in response to the question, were design alternatives considered? Yes, indeed they were. So again, the pre-existing asphalt shingle roof was not historic. And what are we trying to do here? We're trying to preserve the nature of an asphalt shingle roof that is nowhere addressed in the historic overlay code. I don't think that's the intent of the code. We submit that the exception criteria have been satisfied, and we ask for your approval with respect to the roof of the exception request. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone in this room wishing to come and comment in reference to this particular project? Come forward.
Thank you, Don Eddie. Was there enough discussion? Questions?
It's your turn,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I guess I lifted off. It seems like something was missed here, admittedly by staff, and that things kind of fell through the cracks. And it appears that what they would like to do is to have non-conformity approved. The existing fence, I think, was non-conforming because it was too high to begin with. It appears to me that the gate is also non-conforming because it's too high to begin with. Is this correct, staff? He's nodding her head, yes. So I've seen the board struggle with this before where you're trying to say, okay, well, it's already there. I guess we've got to deal with it. But if it's non-conforming, I think you have to take this back to square one. And they brought this to you in that spirit. Let's bring this and work these things all out. As to the roof, it's counterintuitive to me as a builder that someone would take off a metal roof and replace it with asphalt shingles. I've never seen that happen. And it's not logical to me that that roof ever had metal on it. It's pure conjecture. The design of that roof lends itself to asphalt shingles. It's a very low pitch roof. Northern New Mexico roofs, which went to metal, are largely have a much higher pitch to them. So the character of that house, as I see it, it's my own personal opinion, lends itself to asphalt shingles. Asphalt shingles do wear out. Metal roofs wear out slower, but asphalt shingles can be replaced. And I think that roof
looks right with an asphalt shingle roof. And I do think that that was what was originally on there. That's pure conjecture. So I look forward to seeing how you work this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Benanato. I am particularly concerned about the roof getting changed. And I do think, as Mr. Eddy said, that it is speculation as to whether there was ever a metal roof there. And again, if you did have a metal roof, why would you take it away and put asphalt shingles? And the type of house it is, in the period it was built in, speaks more of asphalt shingles. And given that they came to the board, it would seem that they would know that they would have needed approval of that change of material on the roof. So again, I'm with Mr. Eddy that you can struggle with the outcome, but I do think that the speculation that it could have been metal is just that speculation and not something that you can use as a reason to ignore the fact that the material was changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in this room wishing to comment? No one? Anyone on Zoom? Anyone on Zoom? I'm going to guess not.
Chair Rios, no hands are raised.
And I think Richard has something further.
Wanted to answer one of the things on the metal roof. The color that was chosen and that what we submitted back in September is the color that is most close to the original roof. And also the charcoal color is like a weathered tin color. And so it is more in the historic language of the house.
Richard, that's not what's on the roof right now, correct? The charcoal color, it's a gray.
Oh, it is charcoal color.
It
I mean,
is?
oh, well, I call it charcoal because that's what it's called out in the specs.
Right.
But it's the same. I'm talking about what is exactly on the house right now. It's the same gray, charcoal,
Gray.
the same.
Mhm.
But that color is the color that was closest to the roof that was taken off.
Thank you. Okay, board members, I will entertain a motion. I would ask you to clearly think this whole situation out. I think that fence is inappropriately high. So, those are my comments. I don't vote except in case of a tie, but we'll hear your motion. 1, 2, 3, 4 members. Member Benvenuto.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 2024-00-9398 HDRB 346 Hillside Avenue. I would move to adopt the staff's recommended findings that the exception criteria have not been met with respect to the alteration of the unauthorized alteration of the roofing material in the post hoc request for approval, and would deny the exception request for those reasons to replace the shingle roof with metal roof. There's no request for exceptions coming before us on the fence. And I was under the impression from the staff report that the applicant had agreed to reduce the height to the maximum allowed. Says staff notes the fence currently stands at 86 inches in height and is planned to be cut down. And it also notes the maximum allowable height is 59 inches. Regardless, I would say that the fence should be no higher than the maximum allowed height as calculated for the streetscape. I appreciate the offer of a compromise with respect to the metal structure that's already there, but I think it would be a simple matter to retain that structure and just re-weld the top railing to a lower height. So that would be minimal in cost. The would permit the gate to remain because it's completely fenestrated and already in existence. And that all other aspects of the application be approved.
And in reference to the making of the motion, do you want to indicate the maximum allowable height? Just for
Well, I said as calculated by staff pursuant to the streetscape, which I understand to be 59 inches. But if that's not accurate, whatever is maximum allowed.
Is there a second to this motion?
Neither seconds.
Roll call vote. Is there anything further to add? Roll call vote, please.
Member Degnan,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Bishai.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has passed.
Next case is located on Paseo de Peralta, 614. And who will be presenting? Paul or Steph or Heather?
Yes, I will be presenting this case in place of Lanny, who is the case manager. Slowly. Right. Just one moment. Fortunately, my computer has been very slow today. Here we are. Yes, okay. So this case is case number 2024-9478, 614 Paseo de Peralta. It is located in the downtown and east side historic district. This particular building is designated as contributing. There have been some changes over time, but retains much of its historic integrity. One of those changes includes the enclosure of the front porch that was originally there, as well as an addition that was done on the south elevation, the rear elevation over time. So, but what was not approved by this board or staff was the construction of the coyote fence that is currently standing in front of the building, that as can be seen here. So the site is located sort of at the bend of Paseo de Peralta, approximately across from the Fort Marcy access, and is part of what is considered a new development pattern in Santa Fe compared to many of the other areas of the downtown and east side, where the development pattern becomes more formal. This originally, this roadway was hillside, it continued on. So when Paseo de Peralta came through and was constructed in the 1960s, this portion remains unchanged. It was just an extension of Hillside Avenue as it proceeded down the hill. So, and you can see the overall development pattern is pretty regulated on that south side of the street. This is an illustration of the building, and then albeit it's blurry, but a building from 1985. And you can see that the porch was open and the fencing material was clear enough that it's difficult to see any type of fence at all on that site. There was the rock wall, though, that currently exists to the west of the structure. Here are some photographs illustrating the building over time and the fencing over time. So from 2007 to 2014, thank goodness for Google Street View, we can see that there was a blue wooden fence. From 2015 to 2023, there was a wire fence. And then I threw up the Sanborn map just to illustrate that fences weren't necessarily in the streetscape, although fences aren't illustrated. But the buildings themselves were located close, as part of the development pattern, were located close to the street. Same development pattern on East Marcy Avenue, and there are no fences in those front yards either. Is with the reference to sort of the Anglo-American influence, the post-1846 development pattern that one finds in Santa Fe and can be found in Don Gaspar area and other areas of town. So just to provide some reference to the board, you can see on the far left here is the edge of the coyote fencing of on that subject property. Looking west towards the Scotch Rite Temple and Kearney Avenue is the fences are either retaining walls with no fencing on top or low walls with some potentially wrought iron, on the top of the fence or the walls. So looking the other way, and with the subject property being on the right-hand side, and then you can see the development pattern illustrates low fences along the streetscape that on that south side of the street. And then the retaining walls, there is some coyote fencing that is higher, but it is set back from the street and is a side property line, not a front property line. This is an illustration of what the applicant is proposing, which is the fencing that was constructed without a permit includes that at the street, but also adjacent to, in between the subject property and the adjacent property to the, I guess, south, as well as the adjacent property to the north, maybe my directions. But anyway, on both sides of the subject property. This is an illustration of the drawings of the proposed fence. The underlying zoning is something of a unique story here. So with the business capital district, a unique approach was taken with reference to the zoning, and it all related to townscape districts. So not only was there a historic districts review board review required at one time, but also a business capital district review board review as well. And the townscapes, the character of the downtown, it changes radically from one block to another. And those changes, are reflected in the plaza area, and there's a BCD Plaza subdistrict. This is part of the East Marcy East Palace subdistrict. There's also the BCD's Capital subdistrict, all with its unique character. And so while there's underlying zoning that relates to, the general dimensional standards and the like, there's also underlying zoning that also relates to the character of the district. And in this particular case, with the BCD East Marcy East Palace subdistrict, in which the site is located, the maximum height for a front yard fence is 4 feet. And that acknowledges the development pattern of which I've been speaking, which is that there are low or no fences in the front yard of the properties. And so therefore, that's the reason for the maximum height of 4 feet. And you can see that in the streetscape generally along that corridor. This is an illustration of the development pattern as seen on an aerial. And you can see clearly Fort Marcy, as well as the development pattern of the East Marcy, East, Paseo de Peralta and Hillside interaction there. So if this case were to be approved by the board tonight as it is submitted, then the case will have to be heard by the Board of Adjustment. It's just a reminder to the applicant and for the information, for the public's information, that this isn't the only hearing that would take place. Also, the Board of Adjustment would have to hear the case to allow for a variance to allow the additional height over the underlying zoning. Staff's recommendation is that the exception criteria have not been met. It will be deleterious to the streetscape it will impact the overall character of the downtown East Side Historic District streetscape in this area, and can impact potentially the overall character of the building to which it is adjacent, which is contributing. So the staff recommends denial in this case. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Heather? Not any at this time. Applicant, please come forward, and Stephanie Venanato is the applicant and she's been sworn in.
I find myself in an unfortunate position because we did submit a request for Ms. Bichette to recuse herself. Did you get that request? And I wanted to know how you were going to respond to that.
Madam Chair, Ms. Benato, I did see a copy of that request and I discussed it with the city attorneys. I'll just say that I have no bias against your client. I don't know your client. I know you pretty well from these hearings. I have no bias against you. My husband's job has absolutely nothing to do with my responsibilities on this board. We work to keep things separate and respect ethical boundaries. In fact, I understand that he doesn't hear H board appeals as part of his job as a state district judge. I am a bit insulted that that for myself and for all working women that are part of a marriage or partnership, that you would assume that I cannot be independent, that I can't be capable of an intellectual border between my activities and my husband's job duties. I'll just tell you that I'm not influenced by your request. I will hear this impartially, impartially, like I hear all other cases.
And this was not at my instigation. This is my client's request. And the wording is primarily from their sources. So I just want to be clear about that. But they did have my client did have a very poor experience. And since the other party and the complaining party here are the same, it just builds that kind of sense of distrust on the part of my client. And I, again, just had to bring that up.
Before you continue, I just want to say that Member Beachside has been on this board for quite a long while. How many years have you been on the board? And I agree with her comments. I believe that she can be impartial, and I think that she indicated that her husband's work has nothing to do with this board, and she is a person that will be impartial in reference to this case, as she is with any other case that she has shown throughout her term on this board.
All right, thank you for those considerations and reasons. I don't agree with staff's recommendations to deny this. I believe that my client has met the criterion or criteria for this exception. And I feel like they're not really addressing the criterion, as in, I think 2 cases ago, where they keep saying, well, this fence will affect the contributing status of the building. The fence is not going to affect the contributing status of the building. It's not touching the building on what would be a primary facade. And that's just repeated over and over again as the reason not to allow this fence. And the other thing is that the idea that somehow we have these little streetscapes now within this historic zone, which is downtown East Side. That is one zone. And streetscape, as I understand it, from being present when you were discussing a place on Camino del Monte Sol, is that it's 300 feet on either side. That is how you judge what the streetscape is. And it's not just the streetscape on one side of the street, it's the whole streetscape. It's both sides of the street. And whether there are retaining walls or whether there are dividing walls, a privacy wall, I don't think it should affect how you view the streetscape. They are part of the streetscape. And I also would wonder when this property had a status review. And I say that because I just give you a little history on the property. It was owned by the Anton family. And the house, according to my client who's talked to the owners, was built around 1920 based on some Sears model, but actually done by hand by the owners because they couldn't afford to buy the kit. However, the mother dies and the two sons, Alonso and James, inherit. And in 1935, there's a plat done that divides the property. They're both, again, hillside addresses. James Anton owned that property until 1979 when his estate sold it to Stephen Long. Stephen Long was married. The both of them deeded it to themselves and a couple of other people. And then that was sold to my client, Miriam Leff Epsinson, in 1988. The building itself has been added onto a couple of times on the back. I will say that somewhere between 1988 and 1991, my client did change the roof. I believe, given the age of the building, that it probably was asphalt shingles, but the roof that was on there was a roll of asphalt material. And that was what was on the roof when she bought it. It was leaking severely. And she came in and got a permit and administratively was allowed to put a metal roof up. I don't know how that happened, but that is apparently what did happen. At that time, the unenclosed porch, the part that was unenclosed, was enclosed because it was hard to maintain that because it's so close to Paseo that the salt gets thrown up onto the fence. And that was the reason why I think the former owner put that blue fence up. And that got ruined from the salt. My client took it down, couldn't afford a coyote fencing because at that time she was told if she put up a fencing of the same height, she could do it, but she couldn't afford it. But that got ruined. So there was some wire fencing that was historic that was behind the blue fence that you see in your packets. When that was taken down, she tried to incorporate that other metal fencing in there, but that got ruined. And her property has been the subject of a lot of trespass, as is around that area. And people have actually broken into her house while she was there. She is the only resident on that cul-de-sac. So these were designed to be live-work situations or, that was the change of zoning. BCD only gets introduced in 1980. I know that because I was working at the planning department at the time. And Jack Kolkmeyer, who was a staff member, and Steve Flantz, who was a developer, really pushed this idea of the BCD and got it approved. And I now see that it's divided up into many little sections, which just makes it more confusing, I think, for everybody. But what I see here is I'm not really sure this house should even be considered contributing at this point, but certainly putting a fence up is not going to remove the status or damage the status of it as a contributing building. I'm just going to go through quickly what I think are the criteria. So it does not damage the character of the streetscape because the streetscape already has a variety of fencing types. And if you really go back, I mean, I have to say, you know, other people have sat up here and told you how horrible the process has been, how back and forth it's been. And if you look at our timeline, you will see that this fence was put up in August of 23 because a contractor, Fabian Nava, told my client that if she kept it under 6 feet, she didn't need a permit. They met with historic in September of 23. I'm sorry, I put 24. I just mistyped that. That was, my client was with Eric Summer at that point, and they talked through what needed to happen. An inspector came out, 2 red tags were sent, one in February of 24 and one in April of 24. My client came in March of 1st and talked to one of the planners who helped her understand what she needed to present. She had it ready to go. And that planner said, you have to wait. There's no planner assigned to your case. That was May. When I came on in the end of September, there was no planner, and really hasn't been a planner here on this case consistently. The other thing is that it seems that staff is really pushing white picket fences, even though those 2 fences are not historic. One is from the 1980s and one is from the 1990s. So I mean, they fit in with the character of the buildings, but they're really not historic. So in terms of does not damage the character of the streetscape, as we have seen, there's stone walls, there's solid masonry walls, there's coyote fencing, there's white picket fencing. It's all kinds of fencing or walls in that streetscape. And that is, again, looking on both sides of the street from 300 feet in either direction, which is how I understand historic board or historic district law defines streetscape. To prevent a hardship to the applicant, the owner, and we could say an injury to the public in that, you know, it's in the public welfare to have safe neighborhoods. But in terms of hardship, my client has been the owner there since 1988. She is a full-time resident. She is the only full-time resident in that area. And in order to continue to reside there safely, she needs to raise the fence to the current height. There have been several 911 calls, as I've said. It's located in close proximity both to the Cross of the Martyrs Park and the Tommy Massioni Park. And as I said in my response, it was replaced. The blue fence was replaced with a lower fencing, wire fencing, but because of continuous trespass and stepping on it, it just got damaged. And she felt that because of this, because of the problems in the area, that she needed a higher fence to be safe. And it is as pretty much as low as she thinks she can have it without allowing, I mean, just again, just inviting people. If it's 4 feet, she might as well not have it because it's really not going to deter anybody from coming into her yard. It will also be easier to maintain because there's a heavy barrage of salt scoria that comes around because it is so close to Paseo, and it just, the trucks throw it up onto the fencing. And when the fencing wasn't there, it was just wire fencing. It was actually coming onto that porch that is now enclosed. So that was why it got enclosed, was to prevent the scoria and salt from being taken into the house. So it would also help with maintenance, and it is due to government action. And I will say that, okay, and then strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city. Again, this increased height, again, there's a variety of fencing types. The increased height will allow continued use of the structure as a residence, since it will increase the owner's personal safety. And they are due the conditions and circumstances which are particular to the land. And although the staff has told you that this is the configuration of the street, in effect, this house is probably the closest house to the street on that curve. So the setback there is approximately 5 feet. The house 618 is approximately 8 feet back. The next house is approximately 10 feet back. Their porches are unenclosed, those two ones. So this has the least front yard space of any of those houses, and so is more impacted in terms of maintenance costs than some others. And my client believes that most of that was lost because of the development of Paseo in the 1960s, which again is a government action that is not her doing. And again, the snowplow, the creation of Paseo are conditions that are not a result of the action of the applicant. She's also not responsible for the rise in property crime and drug use. This property is located near 2 parks, which are often a magnet for this type of behavior. And I also want to point out that that your staff continually said that you don't give exceptions due to safety. That is absolutely not true. You just gave an exception to Girls Inc. to raise their coyote fencing to 6 feet because of Tommy Massioni Park, because of the people who hang out in the park, because of the danger that maybe one of their parents will kidnap them. So what is different about their safety than my client's safety? She's a full-time resident there. She's not just there for a couple of hours in the afternoon. You also gave exceptions that actually changed the structure on significant buildings, and that was fine. And that would include the structure on East Santa Fe Avenue and St. John's Great Hall. Additionally, you have the house on Agua Fria that is near St. Francis Drive. That was a significant structure, is a significant structure. It was allowed to build a fence that was higher than what was allowed. And it's the whole thing was this couple needed that fencing because of safety, because people were coming into the yards looking in the bedroom window. I think it's a little bit more than, I think that's a little bit less, excuse me, than having somebody break into your house and you being an 80-year-old woman who is there on your own all day Sunday, nobody else is in that area. So I respectfully ask that you allow her to keep the fence at the 5'8" level. The side ones are at 5'8", so they're not 6 feet. Those are allowed. And I think if you look at, can you pull up my packet or no? Pull up those or no? Okay, I'd like to show them some of the. Okay, you could stop there or go back one, and then we'll go to that one. That one. So if you're coming around on Paseo, and I was from Marcy, I think of the as Paseo's being north of the street. You don't have to go north, south, east, west. But if you're coming from Marcy on Paseo, that's what you really see. And you don't see much of the coyote fencing even on the side. And it's broken up by the presence of the picket fence. The tall light pole is also distracting you visually. And within 20 feet, it drops down because it's a significant elevation change on that property. So I think visually that doesn't have much of an impact. And the next one, if you want to bring that one up, shows you again a little bit more of that. But this is a side fence and supposedly is allowed at 6 feet. If we go to the next one, which shows us the side on Otero, there it is. Again, this is a 6-foot fence. It's a side fence. You can see all the window openings, the structures. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, thank you. What I was saying is on the other side there, coming from Marcy, I think the visual impact is pretty low because of the picket fencing and the pole, and you really only see a few feet of that before it kind of disappears. This one, again, you see the full 15 feet, but it is a side fence. And right there where it ends also drops out like about 8 feet down. So it is really a safety issue for people should they wander into that yard at night. They're not going to fall down 8 feet off that retaining wall. And I don't think, again, that it impacts what you can see of this house. The one that is the problem, of course, is the front facing. And we're asking for this exception for that front facing, again, for safety reasons. I think that my client has tried to comply with what she understood the law to be over time. And unfortunately, she had bad advice here. But she really feels the necessity for having this fence here so that she can live there. That is her bedroom level right there, by the way. So she would like to have this for safety reasons. It will also be, she feels, less maintenance from the salt and the scoria. She just feels like it will last a little bit longer than milled lumber. Just tried to make it somewhat visually interesting in that the gate is a different material, different wood than the coyote fencing, and it has a curvilinear top. Again, trying to make it a little bit more visually interesting. So my client is here. If she would like, then I'd like to invite her to do that. And if you have questions, we're happy to answer.
Hi, please state your name for the record and raise your name and address for the record and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you will be giving tonight is the truth, the whole truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you so much.
My name is Miriam Let Espensen. My address is 614 Paseo de Peralta,
Thank you.
Santa Fe. I think if I may just add a little personal images to what has been presented, which is basically. So when I moved here, you saw my fence, blue fence. Before it was a blue fence, it was a white fence. Before it was a white fence, it was just a natural fence. I didn't know anything about historic preservation. But I looked after a couple of years of this fence, getting all the dirt and the salt in the wintertime. It looked terrible. I couldn't stand it. So every spring I would sand it and wash it and paint it. So the white became too difficult to take care of. And so it turned into the blue fence that you have seen pictures. I don't know how many years I did that, but I got very tired of doing it. And so I went and I really wanted a coyote fence. I thought that was very historic, but I had 2 kids in college and I couldn't afford it. So I opted for the little wire fence that you've seen. Now, the problem with the wire fence is that it wasn't tall enough to prevent people from jumping over. So there were, I'm right across from the stairs that go up to the Cross of the Martyrs. And there was a time when the gate was open and tourists got used to taking a shortcut up to the Cross of the Martyrs. It was sometime, I think, before COVID, that I decided I couldn't have people coming down the side of my house because there was also a lot of homeless people and all kinds of strangers that would just pass by my house. I locked the gate and then people started jumping over the fence. And after a couple of years, the wooden posts that were holding the wire fence started wiggling. I also had, in the evening or in the middle of the night, I would be woken up because there were people walking right by my bedroom window. My bedroom is 6 feet pseudoprod. And a lot of things have changed since I moved here in 1988. There's a lot more traffic. There's a lot more people in the tourist season. There's people all the time. I didn't know if you would trust my testimony, so I brought evidence numerous times because I was harassed in different ways. I had to call the police, and they were very nice, and they told me this was before I got the coyote fence. I still had, as you can see, the wire fence. The officers were very kind. They said I should never hesitate. But sometimes there just isn't enough time to get them there when I needed them. So when I was done paying for my children's education, I had enough money for a coyote fence. That's what I did. Now, I was told that as long as it was not 6 feet or taller, I wouldn't need a permit. And so based on that information, I erected, with the help of Fabian Nava, the coyote fence that now is in question. I can tell you that as recently as the day before yesterday, my property was vandalized, not from sale, but from Castillo Place. And I showed it to the group of people who came to visit today. So without that fence, I mean, a 4-foot fence, people can jump over very easily, and it's not. I appreciate people have this opportunity to state my case, and appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking this evening. I always appreciate it when the owners of the property speak to us. Of course, you have a representative in Ms. Beninato, and other people come with their architects or their attorneys. But I always think it's important for the owners of the property to speak. And I really feel for your situation, but I don't know what this board is going to do in terms of what the height of the fence is. Unfortunately, I think it impacts the street in a negative way. That is my opinion. And I think that what Heather said earlier, that many of these homes in that area that are now probably bed and breakfasts or their businesses, a lot of them did not have fences, or they did not have fences, or they had short walls, and that's what's existing right now. So I think that visually, when you see your fence and it's a coyote fence, which kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to me, even though coyote fences are used throughout Santa Fe. The coyote fence doesn't make a lot of sense in that particular area. Yeah, maybe a short wall or picket fence would be more appropriate. But definitely, in my estimation, a shorter fence. And I know I heard you and Stephanie loud and clear on why you want that higher fence.
I also want to point out that there are coyote fences in that area. There's a coyote fence. Again, it's a side fencing, but there it is. You can see it. It's directly across the street from my client's property. There's actually a 9-foot fence. I think it's further back on the property directly across. And you have Girls Inc., who also have coyote fencing. So to say that somehow coyote fencing doesn't fit in, but picket fencing does, that picket fencing is not historic. The one right next door was put on by the current owner in the early 1990s, according to my client. And the other one, I believe, was from 1980s.
The big white coyote fence, that is to the east of me, that was erected when then City Councilor Katnack got a permit to erect a 3-story building to combine 2 historic buildings and create the Inn on Paseo with 21 parking lots on Castillo Place. That's when the first white coyote fence went up. Oh, picket fence. Picket fence. You know, and it's now owned by a law firm, and they got permission to paint it white. It's in your face there, but there's nothing historic about that. And so for me to be told that I need to make a picket fence to fit this picket fence, that makes absolutely no sense to me.
I didn't say that you have to make a picket fence, but what I did say is that that is what is in the area, and that to me is fits in that area. But it doesn't mean, I think that the main question here is obviously the height is what we are addressing. And
so Girls Inc. has mission now to erect 6-foot coyote fence on top of the stone wall. Okay, and I can only have a little 4-foot one. To me, the way I was raised, that's discrimination.
And let's hear from other board members. Let's see what they have to say. Okay. Other board members, do you have comments or questions? Anybody at this point? Member Dick.
Thank you, Manager. We are grateful that you have come and made your case and that you have maintained a successful business in our town all these years. I just think that our role is to try to honor what the rules and regulations are, and certainly sometimes it requires flexibility, and that is why you applied for an exception. I just think that, I'm sorry, but there may be another example of a tall fence made by a coyote fence on the Paseo. But generally speaking, that is like creating a wall. And to me, while I respect the fact that you want to be safe, I understand that entirely. But I think that because of the access around your property and all, just the fact that that coyote fence on Peralta, I don't think that's going to keep people out of your property. That's just my opinion. I'm sorry. So I'm just saying that I think it's just too tall, period. Thank you.
Any other comments? If,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess, so first of all, I think this is strikingly unattractive feature on the streetscape. And it really would be aesthetically nicer if it was a small picket fence, just even if they're not historic in that area, they certainly are, or even if the particular ones nearby are not historic, that's certainly an historic feature for the style of architecture in that area. But I have to say that I do see your situation as being unique. Unique. And that is what is, to me, feeling like the most important consideration in this particular case. We have in recent times gone beyond the boundaries of what both the codes say and what I think our personal aesthetic choices would be in an ideal world with respect to safety issues. And that has come up both in terms of neighborhood safety for a residential house, and that was the Agua Fria case, and a significant structure. And then most recently with respect to the Girls Inc., where an extremely tall fence was approved that literally towers over the streetscape purely for safety reasons. That was the only reason I think that was allowed. Your property does strike me, the more I looked at it today and also hearing tonight, as similarly unique because of the fact that it's on such an incredibly narrow section of Paseo, that your house is located so very close to the street, probably because of the reconfiguration of Paseo, and its location with respect to very public areas, both the nearby park and the across of the Martyrs walkway. And then on top of it, you're using it as a residence, which is also unusual in that particular location. Something that I think we want to encourage in our downtown. So I am inclined to think that because of all of those very unique circumstances, even though I do believe that this is not aesthetically a very good design solution to your difficulties, I'm not certain there is a really good design solution. You need a certain height that 4 feet probably will not permit, would not accommodate for purposes of your safety concerns. I would prefer it to be fenestrated in some way, like picket fences are, but that would also perhaps be a little averse to the safety issues that you have. And in addition to the safety, it does seem that you do have some issues with respect to the maintenance of the road that's impacting your property and the fencing. All of which strike me as a little bit not applicable, not as applicable to the immediate properties surrounding you, which are commercial properties that are set back more from the street and therefore can accept that kind of more aesthetically appealing picket fence. So I do think with the precedents we've set in some of these other cases that your circumstances may be unique enough to suggest that we should grant an exception. I would like it if and I don't know what how the rest of the board feels. I think they might feel differently, but if we were to go down that path, is there any kind of a compromise that can be reached from what you have right now? Any kind of lowering of the fence that would still give you sufficient privacy? I mean, I note for one thing, it's a fairly, it's cut fairly straight across as far as the top of the fencing goes. You probably know that we usually mandate that there be staggering of the latias, which hasn't happened here. That in and of itself, if it were staggered by 3 or 4 inches, would bring some of the height down. So I'm wondering if you could live with something that's more like a 5-foot coyote fence or a 5'2" coyote fence with some staggering involved. And then and I would also add that one of the things that our fence guidelines permit or even suggest and encourage is the possibility of doing some planting on top of your fence so that you can get you can get some more height for privacy purposes without it being so dramatic from the point of view of the passerby.
I think Stephanie indicated that there was another possibility of another type of fence. Did I hear you say that?
No, what I said is that the gate is a different material than the fencing to try to again visually break up the coyote fencing. I believe that my client would be willing to at least make it irregular. I don't think, again, a 5'2" fence, I'm 5'2". If I really want to get over, I'm 5'3.5", excuse me. I still am. And if I really want to get over a 5-foot fence, I probably could. And certainly somebody who's more muscular and younger than I am can certainly pull themselves up over that kind of fencing. So I think at the most that, 5.5 feet might work with a couple of inches of variation along there. But I don't think anything less than that really will give the protection that's needed. And I understand how you feel. And as you know, generally speaking, I like lower fencing too. But I think, as you say, this is a unique situation. And all these other properties are owned by somebody else and rented out commercially, and people are not living there, despite the fact that historically that was the intention for these particular properties. Thank you.
Stephanie, you indicated at 5.5. Is that what you said?
At 5.5 with a little bit of, but not 3 or 4 inches variation, but maybe a couple of inches variation. So 5'4" to 5.5. I think that would still give Miss Leatherson the safety that she needs. Thank you.
Heather?
Just a couple of things. Thank you, Chair Rios. With reference to the width of the street, and I don't know why that just went away. I'm not at the podium, it's on Zoom. There we go. With reference to the width of the street, this is the 1930 Sanborn map, and when it was Hillside Avenue. And you can see the subject property is right here, sort of at that curve. And the street necked down to 28 feet, but here it was 30 feet. So the street itself in its width has not changed very much over time. So, and then just as a point of order, I just want to make sure that we have public comment as well before getting into all that.
We will.
Thank you.
Which, if board members, are you done with your questioning for the meantime?
Not a
Member Beach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, but just a comment. I do believe there are a few other residential properties on this street, especially at the intersection of Otero and Paseo de Peralta, which have fences that are higher but are fenestrated on the top with wrought iron. I mean, this fence, the material is definitely out of character for the streetscape. A fenestrated fence or even a wire fence would be more appropriate so that you could see the property. But it is, I don't even think there's, at least going east, there would not be a wall that's even 3 feet on this street. That's very out of character. But I do understand the safety concerns. I just don't think this is the right solution for that either.
Thank you. Any other comments, board member? Not, I'll open it for public comment. Is that why you're here, sir? Okay, if you'll state your name and your address and you'll get sworn in.
Hey, please raise your right.
Ray Mann, P.O. Box 8820, Santa Fe 87504.
Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you will be giving in regards to this item is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
My family owns a house that was also built by the Anton family. We're at 618 Paseo de Peralta, the one with the low 4-foot white picket fence, which has been there 36 years. The history is that the Anton family built both those houses around 1900, 1912. I recently had lunch with Waldo Anton, who's 97 years old. We talked about the house that he grew up in. And unfortunately, because of what happened at Fiesta, we were going to sit out front so he could enjoy it and see his carved initials on the post he and his siblings put there, and then were beaten by their mother later for doing that. They're still there. The point I want to make, I guess, is really when Sarah Melton lived in the area, and I talked with her frequently since I've been before this board over the last 38 years, about 8 times. Sarah Melton said she spoke for the houses because the houses didn't have a voice. And I've heard a lot of personal discussions today about what someone needs and how it, in fact, will diminish in the historic character of a contributing structure. Our structure at 618 is contributing. The house next door is significant. Then part of what was Paseo Hotel is contributing. It goes down the street. Now, my understanding is Ramon Saracone, city planner, had delivered to Ms. Les Espenson a report telling her that these type and style of fences from a study showed that 4 foot and not coyote fencing. I personally object to coyote fencing. It is ugly on a primary facade, and it would diminish the architectural and historic view of our property. Now, they've brought up all these additions that have been made to the property. The metal roof, the enclosing of a front porch, which is specifically forbidden in the historic code. Plate glass window, you take down that 6-foot fence, you're going to see plate glass windows. You see a metal roof. Well, just heard testimony about somebody putting a metal roof up. Well, they put up a metal roof. There was no administrative approval. They built a 2-story addition on the back of the property. There was never a historic board review. I find this offensive. The whole idea of non-conforming use really irritates me. All the time, I see people building on the weekends because they can get it done and then say it's incomplete. We don't have to do anything. The idea that you can put that fence up and then plead necessity puts a personal need ahead of the federal historic structure. And I personally feel that all that testimony about need should be put aside. And to the point made that she's the only one who lives there, we have a tenant living upstairs. I lived up there. We raised our child there for 10 years. And we've had consistent residential tenants upstairs ever since we left. The daughters of Joe and Naya still run an apartment house, which adjoins Miss Les Espenson's property. Miss Dunn built a 2-story structure back there as an apartment upstairs. People live there. Across the street in the same cul-de-sac is the Antigua Inn, as people coming and going. Certainly understand people's necessity for security, but do we want to sacrifice the way a building looks and maybe have the federal government look at the way we maintain our historic district and say, we're willing to compromise so easily? So, yeah, I'm sorry. I wish that it could be a win-win. When you deliberately and say, oh, I didn't know I needed a permit, that's no excuse. And back to Sarah Melton, who will speak for the houses? I guess it's just you guys. And someone like me who's willing to come up and rant and rave a little bit. Oh, one last point about asphalt roofs. We put a new roof on our building about 4 years ago. We came in and got administrative approval. We had to put an asphalt roof because that's what had always been there. I have a 50-year roof on there. And as I told my son, I said, you're going to inherit the house. You're going to be 65 when the roof has to be replaced. That will last a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Occasionally you have cases like this, which basically are really painful to deal with. It's you and the applicant. One thing that I think needs to be said has been brought up by board member Bienvenu effectively, is that the development of Paseo de Peralta not only, okay, this house is too close to Paseo de Peralta. That's the biggest problem. 6 feet away from the curb of this street, it will continually be affected by weathering of traffic on that road, wet, snow, everything, splashing into whatever is built there. So there's her challenge that she's got. The other thing that's happened on these streets in Santa Fe is that as we keep repaving them, they get higher and higher. I would submit that Paseo is probably a good foot higher than it was 30 years ago because they keep building just like they do on Canyon Road. And if you go up Canyon Road, El Zaguan is being subsumed by continual height creep of the pavement. That height of pavement of Paseo de Peralta accentuates the potential damage being splashed up into this fence and the house environment. So I don't know what you're going to do here. I'm very conflicted. I think that the needs of people living in houses should be addressed. I think that's a valid concern, and I think that the applicant brought forward some very compelling arguments in that vein. So here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Anyone else in this room wishing to come forward and comment in reference to this particular case? No one else? Anyone on Zoom? And Stephanie, did you want to say something else?
I just want to clarify that I have known many contractors who do not get permits even when they're supposed to. My client relied on a licensed contractor. We've named him Fabian Nava. We're not just like making it up, who told her that she didn't need the permit. So it's not like she just made it up and then said, oh, please forgive me. And again, I don't have any reason to doubt my client that she came in the early 1990s and got an administrative approval to, instead of having rolled asphalt material on the roof, to put a metal roof on. We don't know who was working. We don't know, who did that. And we really also don't know when this building was actually statused as contributing, because the Longs, who owned it, was 1979 to 1988. And that would have been the time period perhaps that somebody would have come in with a permit. Because as we all know, including at your house, I believe, Mr. Rios, people just did the project, right? They didn't get permits. And even today, there are many projects that don't have permits. So my client was trying to comply with the law. She just got really bad advice, and she kept being pushed and pushed that you had to have a picket fence, which is actually not true. And I understand that some of you may think that that doesn't really work, but this works in terms of the maintenance, I think, is the one of the issues. Also, when you look at the streetscape, it's not just the south side of the street you're looking at. You look at the north side of that street, or the side on the other side. And again, what you see some retaining walls that are about 4 feet high. Then you see a 10-foot high retaining wall for some distance. And then right across the street at Otero, there's an 8-foot retaining wall. So if you're looking at the streetscape within 300 feet from her property, you will see these high retaining walls that are massive. And again, I think it is, as Member Bienvenu said, a unique situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask the board for a motion. This is a difficult case. And I think, you have this side of preservation to try to keep the fence low and appropriate for the neighborhood. And then you have a woman's need for safety. And it's a difficult issue. So you have to weigh both of these things, and the job here is not easy. So we shall see what this board, what direction they take. Yes, Member Dignan. Oh, she would like to make a motion. Okay.
May I ask a question of Ms. Beninato before I make the motion? Your client, thank you. Sorry. Your client mentioned, we've listened quite carefully to her concerns. I believe you said on her behalf, or maybe the client said this, that you would be amenable or agreeable to a 5.5-foot high fence. That would satisfy to some extent your concerns. Is that correct?
Yes, we believe that at 5'6", the safety concern could still be effectively met. And my client's also willing to take it down, make it varying a couple of inches, so it'd be 5'4" to 5'6" on that length. That would be agreeable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If that is the case, I'd like to see if I could get a second to the motion to see if we can try to address the issue and not perhaps completely compromise what we believe is our job. Our job is about historic preservation, but of course, people make that work, and so we care about people. So I'd like to make a motion, and if I can get a second, to just suggest that the fence be amended or adjusted or redone, lowered to 5 feet, and then I think Member Bienvenue might address the fenestration issue that you raised. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Is there a second to this motion? Okay. There is not a second. I will entertain another motion. For lack of a second, it did not go through. Do I hear another motion? Member Benvenue.
So first of all, let me say I appreciate that effort, and that was the direction obviously I was thinking originally, but I've had concerns as the hearing's gone on about trying to do a redesign on the fly tonight, because the issues are both the height and the materials. I personally do think a compromise solution can be reached someplace, but it's going to have to address, I think, both the height, the materials, and some kind of fenestration, because it really is, it's very important section of our historic district where this is located. And I do think that some design work on the part of the applicant in conjunction with staff is probably the only way we're going to be able to find a solution that would be acceptable to all of the board members. So unfortunately, I think that leaves us, in my mind, no choice but to deny the application as submitted, with the hope that the applicant will resubmit with a new proposal that will address their legitimate concerns in a manner that will be acceptable to staff and the board. So in case 2024-009478 HDRB 614 Paseo de Peralta, I would move that findings be entered adopting the reasoning set forth in staff's report, that the exception criteria have not been met for the application as submitted, and the fence as currently existing, and that the application therefore be denied without prejudice to a resubmittal.
May I ask you a
Is, we're in
clarifying
the middle of a
question?
motion. Hold on. Is there a second to this motion?
There's seconds.
Normally, we need to go get through the motion, but what
That's
is
fine.
it?
Now,
Stephanie?
I can wait for the clarification until you make the vote. So
Roll call vote, please.
Member Degnan,
Can you condense that motion? Are you suggesting then that just to, I heard without prejudice, which means they can come back, of course. So,
Come back. The motion
is
is that
to,
it's denied.
to come back with proposal that we can deal with and know what we're looking at.
Yeah, well, but it would be,
Materials,
it would be,
materials, height, all of that.
Exactly.
And
would
then,
be a denial in the interim. I mean, so the applicant does not have to come back. They can
Oh.
take their other remedies.
all right, well, then I will recommend, I'm going to vote yes for the motion.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Bescheid,
Yes.
Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Thank you, madam. The motion has been approved. Denial.
So
I'd like to
clarity.
say that this, as you heard, it's been denied, but without prejudice, which means that you can come back, obviously, before the board with a different, with an application that's indicates exactly the kind of material you're going to use, the exact height, or you can appeal it to the city council.
Right, because what you're asking her to do is take down the coyote fencing. Even though her property has coyote fencing on it now, you don't want the same fencing that she actually has all over her property. She's supposed to do a new type of fencing. Is that what you're saying here? That you would not approve a coyote?
I didn't hear that in the motion. Let us know.
Well, you said about something about the materials being unacceptable.
That was
That's
something,
coyote
a
fencing.
comment that I made from my personal
Oh, I thought I heard that
view
in
of
the
this.
motion from a member.
Clarification, Member Benvenu. I did not hear that from you.
Well, I don't know that it needs to be clarified. I think the record speaks for itself, but I did say that there were concerns, both materials, with respect to both height and materials, and that I would hope that the applicant could address those concerns in a redesign. That doesn't mean, that's no direction as to what the materials have to be or what the exact height needs to be. I truly believe something can be designed here that will meet the needs of your client as well as the board and the staff. And I'm not, and purposefully did not want to get involved in trying to design from this perspective, which is you came in, you asked for exactly what you have, and that's been denied.
Yes,
But
and I
there
want to
may
know.
be someplace other that you can find a solution that the board will approve.
But I want the clarity. You basically are rejecting the coyote material because you're saying that we should look at other material. Is that correct?
No.
Options are open, in other words. If you want to resubmit with that, I don't know if you're going to get a denial. I don't know. They're just saying there's other
There's
options.
Not much direction. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you.
Chair Rios.
Yes, Heather.
Chair Rios, as you likely know, this case has gone to a municipal court, and the applicant is before us tonight, based on some direction that this be considered by the H board. And so since this particular design was denied, I just want to communicate to the applicant that, they can come back to the board within 90 days or remove their fence within 90 days. So just to give them some parameters as to what next city action would occur, since it is being considered by the court. And Frank, if you want to, affirm that that's okay, but that path is they have 3 months either to come back to the board or they will be pursued, then they will need to remove the fence to comply with the code.
As I understand it at this time, has there been a red tag issued?
Multiple, yes.
Okay.
And a citation to municipal court. So the applicant has been to court already regarding this issue.
Okay. And I'd have to look at the municipal court order. I don't know what the municipal court ordered.
And I just want to go on record as saying that my client is being treated differently in this manner than many other people
Madam
who are
Chair,
red.
Madam Chair, this is out of order. I ask you to hold.
You
I ask you
just
to hold
brought it up.
order.
It's
This
an
is,
issue that was just brought up.
Madam
I'm
Chair,
going on
Madam Chair.
record that says
Madam
that
Chair.
this is, that my client is being treated different.
I'm going to say thank you, and this case is over for this evening. Thank you very much, ma'am. And you can state your concerns on the upcoming case. You have a question to present to staff?
I would need a permit to remove.
Okay, you can have a discussion with staff and they will guide you through the process. Okay? Thank you. And last case this evening is located at 710 Canyon Road. I do thank you for your patience. Who will be presenting? Is it Gary? Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, case number 2024-009479 HDRB. Commercial property at 710 Cannon Road includes two structures. The front building faces the street and was constructed before 1912. Front building is contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. Back building was built in 1988 and is non-contributing due to its age. In October 2024, HDRB assigned the north elevation as primary facade due to the craftsman's influence on painted pattern shingles.
Gary,
wood
can you
windows.
speak right into that mic? Thank you.
In October 2024, the HDRB assigned the north elevation as the primary facade due to the craftsman's influence upon painted pattern shingles, narrow wood windows, knee braces, pediments, turnplate roof, and thick adobe walls. The applicant now propose the following alteration to replace the 3,475 square foot of existing turnplate of crimped metal roofing with a standing seam roof in reddish brown color. An exception is requested to section 14-5.2D6 to replace the roof in a material that is not in kind. To demolish approximately 323 square foot of the south portal. Eastern portion of the portal will remain. The southern portion will not be reconstruction. It is being removed to protect the building from damage from the significant tree and save the tree. Relocate the door to the south facade to the west so that it'll be under a remaining portion of the portal. Place the concrete flooring throughout the portal area and replace with flagstone. Raise approximately 62 linear feet of the south parapet to a height of 24 inches. Conceal skylights. Replace the 1,755 of existing roofing of a building flat roof area remaining portal to be removed to decking and replaced with tan colored TPO roofing system. Existing canales in the south and east of the structure will be replaced with new wood, metal lined sculpture painted and matched buckskin stucco. Replace white dome with an aluminum frame skylight in the northwest wing with a 24 by 24 and two 24 by 48 white dome with aluminum frame. Replace six 24 by 48 white dome with aluminum frame skylights at the southern addition of the main building with three 36 by 120-inch pyramid skylights with white glazing. Restucco with cementitious buckskin to match the existing stucco. Paint the portal, exterior door and trim with Sherwin-Williams Pearl White. Staff finds that the exception criteria has not been met and recommend denial of the exception to replace the roof not in kind. Otherwise, staff recommends approval of the applicant's requests items 2 to 11 as they comply with 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic district and 14-5.2E downtown and east side standards. Stop for question.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, did I hear you indicate that they want to replace this turn plate metal roof with a standing seam?
Madam Chair.
Because, is that correct?
That is correct.
Because on the field trip, I heard that they were trying to find a material that is closely related to this material. Is
Correct.
that incorrect?
That is correct, and they want.
It is correct or it isn't?
They want to replace it with a standing seam. But there is a material out there that is similar. This one that they have existing now is a 3V, and there is a 5V that is out there that they can replace it with.
Okay, so this is the bottom, this is what they want to replace it with, standing seam.
Correct.
Okay. So the existing roof, it's got this this turn plate metal, but it seems like is that a seam that I'm seeing?
Yes, it is a seam.
Okay,
So it's crimped in the middle of the panel.
thank you. Any other questions, comments? At this point? None? Applicant or applicants, please come forward.
Hi, I can swear you both in at the same time. If you could please raise your right hand and state your name and addresses for the record.
Anna Marie Hamilton, 710 Canyon Road, Santa Fe.
Henry Avida, County Road 109, La Masia.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you have in regard to this item is the truth, nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury?
Do.
I do.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Hamilton, you have the floor. What do you have to tell us this evening?
When my husband built the back building, he imitated the roof that's in the front so that they would look alike. And that's probably maybe why it passed inspection. I'm not sure, it was a long time ago, but I just know he went to an extreme effort because at that time, you see a lot of roofs around Santa Fe now that are rusted the way that back roof is. The front roof is ancient. I don't even know when that's from, but you see a lot of roofs now, like the back roof, but he went to, I don't know, it was really a big deal. He bought this heavier gauge metal and then they had to rust it. They had to go through this process of rusting so that it would look like the front roof. So I'm just saying this because he went to great detail to do this. And so it's my thinking that I didn't know you could replace the front roof with a crimp. Yeah. And I don't really have objection to that. I just thought that the standing seam that's on the back roof, it just was logical for me for my thinking to replace it like that, but I didn't really know that that you could replace the front roof with a similar product.
And you are willing to do that?
I think so. I don't have much objection to that. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know about the longevity. I do know that roofs across the street are standing seam. So I just looked at those and thought, well, yeah, I guess if they're doing it, and the roof that we would be putting on would be much more interesting. Those just look like, I don't know, they don't even look good to me. So I don't know how those passed. So for me to imitate that back roof and put a standing seam on makes a lot more sense than what's across the street from me, what's already in the neighborhood. I don't know enough about this crimped roof.
Gary, do you know anything about that material?
No, not really, but the only difference is between the 3V and the 5V is the spacing of the crimped area.
So it's very similar to what is there?
Correct, correct, yes.
We were hoping to do was to match the roof that's already on there in the back so that the lot would have same kind of roof instead of having one type of roof in the back and another type in the front. I did check to see if they had a 3 crimp system, and they don't make them anymore. They do have the 5, but the panels are going to look a lot smaller. And then, as you can see, it has the double crimps on the edges and one in the middle. So it really, it's doubling up on the seams that you're going to be seeing here. And it's going to look a lot different from what's in the back. I had sent a picture in of what was in the back, what we were actually trying to match. And it wasn't this one. It was one that was, it was a standing seam type of lock snap. But it was no, that's not, that's the roof that's on there now, and that's the roof that's on there now. And that roof is so deteriorated that the owner had to find, there it is, that's the one that we were trying to match. That one looks a lot more like what's in the front than if we try to get something with the 5 crimp, you're gonna have more seams showing, and it's gonna make the panels look smaller. So what we were hoping, it was that we could get the okay to match this one in the back so that it would all be the same.
That my husband matched this back roof, this with the spacing that's on the front roof. And I think, aren't they the same? The spacing on this is the front?
On the back ended up being a little bit smaller. The one on the front's a 24-inch. I think this was more like 18 or 22. Use the 5 crimp, it's going to look even smaller because you're going to have the double crimps on the edges.
Board members, do you have questions for the applicants?
Just wanted to add too that I didn't realize that. I think it would be better for the property if those roofs were closer together. And if you compare what's in the neighborhood, there isn't anything that looks nearly as interesting or as nice as this roof that we have in the back.
I did contact MBCI, which is a huge roofing and wall panels, and they said that they could match what we already have there. They had something very similar.
I'm sorry, repeat what you just said. They have something very similar.
They have something very similar, MBCI. It's a company that makes pro panels.
That can match what is on the existing roof or match this?
Match this one.
Okay.
This one that's shown right now. They suggested that we would, he said, the only way you're going to get a 3 crimp system is to have it specially made. And he said that he doubts that somebody would even want to try to bend it and warranty it because it's just so old, and they have something that is very similar.
Thank you. Board members, questions for this project, for the applicants? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, I guess. The issue from staff's perspective, obviously from the staff report and at least from my perspective as board member is I can understand your thought that you would want to match the back because it's all one property, but from a historic perspective, our goal is to match the historic property that's in the front. So it seems to me it would be most important to come up with a solution that is as close to the existing metal roof that's on the front structure as opposed to trying to make it consistent with a non-historic structure in the back, even if it's quite aesthetically pleasing. Just from a historic preservation perspective, we look to always match in kind. And I gather that we can't do that exactly in this case, but staff is suggesting that the closest to an in-kind match would be the 5V to match the 3V. And so just for clarification, I think that's the justification for the staff report.
Yeah, I
Everything
can understand that. I also think that what Henry was saying makes a lot of sense, that he doesn't even know if there's somebody willing to do that, to match that roof in the front. I don't.
That's what staff is recommending.
I thought that this would not be approved because that it was a 5 crimp and it looked a lot different, that the other one looked closer to this than this did. But if the board suggests that they would okay this one, and if the owner says it's okay,
Does it come? This is red.
well, that's not going to be the color. The color will match whatever.
Bill. This color.
That is, the 5 crimp is something that comes from MBCI, so it is readily available. Except we would have to work with the color a little bit.
So you think with this crimped metal roof that you could match it more closely to what is existing?
As far as color wise,
As far as everything wise?
well, like I said, you can see that how the crimps look different. You're gonna have one crimp, then you're gonna have a double, then you're gonna have one, then you're gonna have a double. It's gonna look a little different from this one than from the other one that we suggested is just one crimp each. As far as the color goes, we would have to get with MBCI and see what they can do about how closely they can match it.
Heather.
Chair Rios. We run into these issues oftentimes when there's old materials, old ways of constructing things, and then new codes and that necessitate slight changes. And so certainly staff is enforcing the code in that the statement is the existing roof styles and materials shall be maintained or replaced in kind if necessary. So even though this isn't exactly in kind, what has been, illustrated here on the back portion, which doesn't have the double crimp, it is under the board's authority to allow for this newer material to comply with current code, but still overall maintains the overall aesthetic of what the roof was. That's a possibility, but according to code, staff can't recommend approval for that. But that was sort of a roundabout way of saying that you have the authority to allow for minor modifications considering the current materials we have available.
So board has to consider both of these to make the determination. Okay, yes, Member Bimini.
Now I need a clarification, but wouldn't we need an exception? Wouldn't we need to find all the exception criteria have been met to approve the metal that would match, the roofing material that would match the new structure in the back as opposed to the 5B?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, yes, the board would have to find differently from the staff as to the exception, criteria.
Yeah,
The hardship being is that you cannot find the old material exactly in kind. Right.
but we wouldn't need to find the exception criteria to have been met in order to approve the replacement with the 5B would be. Since that's because that is, in your opinion, as close to in kind as is needed.
Well, as this gentleman stated, that there's a double type of ramp that's at the edge
Right.
that be problematic, and it wouldn't be as thin a profile as what you see with the other material that they proposed on the back, or that they have on that back building.
Okay, so I am confused because I thought that staff was saying we do not find that the exception criteria have been met for the material as proposed, which is the standing seam, so you should deny it. And I thought that meant, but we would find that the ordinance is met and could be approved if it was 5 feet, because that's an available in-kind match.
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, based on the conversation this evening and the applicant pointing out that there's a double crimp at the edge that would impact visually the difference. I think the recommendation, I don't know, Gary, I don't know if you want to add something to that, but that information is revealing that potentially, well, similar.
Correct. Yeah, the double crimp will be on the 5V. What's existing only has one crimp at the same, but it's the same material, so between the 3V and the 5V.
So I just want to know what staff's recommendation is. Are you saying now that we have to find the exception criteria to be met regardless of which material is being proposed?
Yes, it just says staff finds the exception criteria has not been met. Recommendation denial to the exception. Replace the roof not in kind.
Yeah, I understand that. Where does that leave us, though? So then they would come back with a new request for, I'm just not following this, the way this is being presented to us here.
I think if they wanted to go with a standing seam, that'll be a different type of material. And if you go with a 5E, that'll be like the in-kind material.
And then no exception criteria would need to be met, right?
Correct.
What I thought.
Well, it's interesting because with a crimped metal roof, the material itself, it seems like it's closer to what was existing, to the old material. But it's got the seams, I guess you would say, it's not going to line up with the old roof as closely as the standing seam roof. That's the way I see it. Is that correct?
Chair Rios, that's correct. So on the lower right is the roof that's in the back, on the back building. And then there's the existing roof on the upper right. And you can see the profile is different, the spacing is different, but the profile looks closest to what is on the existing.
Member Beachai.
And I also think that there's a consideration for color, like the applicant seems to think that they can replicate the color correctly with the standing seam. I think there might be a question about the 5V crimped color. We certainly wouldn't want a bright red roof on that building.
That's correct.
Other questions?
You can see in this picture where they had to do patches on it and they couldn't really find anything to really match it. This was probably as close as they can get.
Okay, I will open it up for public comment. Anyone wishing to comment on this project, please come forward.
It seems like the definitions change depending on how you want the outcome to be done. This is the original roof, and if it's supposed to be replaced in kind, that's what needs to be there. It can be custom done. There may not be a warranty on it if it's custom done. So there is that option. And then the question is really whether a totally new material, which is the 5V, would really be in kind either, which it's not because of the changes at the edges. And the standing seam roof is also different, but actually is more visually the same as the original roof. And if you're not going to have them go to the trouble and possibly expense of actually having a custom roof put in, because aesthetics is so important and roofing is so important to the status of a building, then I would suggest that you actually allow the standing roof. Thank you.
Anyone else in this building wishing to comment on this case? No one else?
No one on.
No one on Zoom? Board members, if you don't have anything further, I will entertain a motion, please. Member Beechey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2024-009479 HDRB at 710 Canyon Road, I move to approve the application with a standing seam roof as requested by the applicant, noting that the roof cannot be replaced in kind due to the unavailability of the original 3V crimped turn plate roof, and that the standing seam roof will most closely match the current pattern in terms of the spacing of the seams and the color. That the 5V recommended by staff based on testimony presented tonight is not the closest match visually. And I think that's
Second.
And is there a second to this motion?
I just made a second.
You just second. Is there anything further to add or to clarify? A perplexed look. Oh. Roll call vote, please.
Staff would like to make a clarification. And what color?
sorry to match
It's close.
to match the current roof. Thank you. Yes.
Member Benvenu. Member Mather.
Yes.
Member Degnan.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has passed.
Thank you all. That was the last case for this evening. Thank you for your patience and anything under discussion items.
Madam Chair, one
yes.
discussion item is that back on March 12th, 2024, the board made rulings with respect to the status of an apartment unit and 2 casitas at 718 Santa Fe Trail. The applicant in that case has filed an appeal, and that appeal will be heard before the governing body on January 15th.
Anything else? You don't, I don't know if this is appropriate to bring up, but in the case on the Paseo de Peralta case, I heard that there was, this case was in municipal court at one time. And
Chair Rios, the case is in municipal court.
oh, it's presently in
It's
municipal
currently
court?
in municipal court. So that's why I provided a timeline to report back to the judge. Frank is not handling that case. It's being handled
Oh,
by another attorney because it's a code enforcement issue. And
oh,
but the action that the applicant had to do was to come to the board to get approval or get some form of review. So that I wanted to set an expectation as to they needed to do another action by 90 days. So that is predictable for the court as well.
anything else for them or staff? No? Any, well, matters from the board? I'm gonna guess NO. And our next meeting is in 2025, January the 14th. And do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Bescheid.
Yes.
Member Benvenu. Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Degnan.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam, you are adjourned.
Okay, thank you all.